What's going on, everyone? This is the Notorious Base, and today we're back with something a little different. I have with me today two fellow content creators that do amazing work here on YouTube, and I have collab with them to do something very interesting. We are working on one of the greatest franchises of all time, Resident Evil's tier list, and boy oh boy, can I not wait to share these introductions. To my right, I have Mr. Tibbs. What's going on, buddy?
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages. My name is Mr. Tibbs, and I just want to thank Notorious Base for having me on the tier list video. Thank you very much, Brother Base. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what arguments we come up with, what kind of clashing opinions we come up with, as well as kind of agreeing maybe on this tier list.
Yeah, just maybe. But Mr. Tibbs is a native to the Resident Evil series. He has a lot of Let's Plays over on his channel, so go take a look at Mr. Tibbs 1992 here on YouTube. He does fantastic work. And to my left, my main guy, the legend himself, the theory specialist. Let me welcome Gemini to the collab. What's up, brother?
What's up, guys? Hope everyone's doing well. Thank you so much to Brother Base for having me on the channel. I'm seriously excited to get into this because there will be parts of this upcoming conversation on which we wholeheartedly agree, because there's some things that just aren't up for debate. But there are some things that you just cannot agree on, and I'm looking forward to that because I intend to make these guys fight for your entertainment. So if there's the occasional curveball, and again, you guys feel free to throw your own thoughts into the comment section below, because I would love to know whether you agree with us, disagree with us, and what you think ranks S and what you think ranks ass. I'm basically going to throw in random ones. You can see that we have pretty much the entire collection of video games from the Resident Evil franchise here. It may miss one or two because this was updated in 2023, and there are some like hidden gems, you might say, that might not be on this list. Again, feel free to list them in the comment section if you recognize any of those. I personally don't see any right now, but I'm going to pick these essentially at random, and then we're going to fight over where they belong in this list.
I love it. I love the entire way of doing it that way, because just as Gemini said, we have a lot of diamonds, but we also have a lot of roughs, and it is, you know, a part of any franchise, right? Like, they have highs and lows, and let me tell you something, Resident Evil had its lows. And these guys are not going to agree with me on some things, and that's totally fine. But it's going to be a lot of fun, because as Gemini said, he's going to rile me and Mr. Tibbs up, and it's going to be one hell of a blast.
Oh, wow. The boxing gloves are on.
Ding ding, boys. So what say we get started with this, gentlemen?
I'm game, let's do it.
Alright, well, I believe that we should start with the original Resident Evil 1 right here. This one. And I have my own personal opinion on this, but you gentlemen, I want to know where you think it should go before I start slapping things around the page.
Mr. Tibbs, I'll let you go first. Maybe we could do it that way, where one of us goes first, then the second, and then we could teeter back and forth on why we think.
That's me.
But for me, I've never personally touched the OG Resident Evil 1. When it got added to the PS Plus, when they did the relaunch of it and they added ROM. So I'm not really a kind of like OG player of it when it was on the PS1. So for me, personally, I don't get the kind of nostalgia hit as I do with the others. So I would put it kind of middle of the road, sort of like C or B.
Ooh, okay then. Okay. For the base, your thoughts.
So, the time was 1997. My dad was going over to a store called Toys R Us, getting a PlayStation, and the first game he purchased along with Crash Bandicoot 1 was Resident Evil Director's Cut. This game transformed survival horror as we know it, from its camera angle usage to its different aiming. You know, you have the aiming up to shoot enemies. It had all different midsections to fight enemies. It had all different types of enemies for the first time, and in 3D polygon graphics on the PlayStation 1. This game was originally designed to come out for the SNES. It was being worked on in the early 90s, but Shinji Mikami was like, F that, we're not doing this. My take on Resident Evil 1 was because it was the birth of Resident Evil doesn't always mean that it holds up still well today. Now, the jank of the commentary of the game is timeless. We all love it. It's hysterical, especially when Jill's like, "Where have you been?
Where on earth have you been?"
It's so damn funny listening back to this game. And I've actually replayed it a lot recently in a couple of no damage runs. I'm going to go with it probably belongs at a low B, high C, just because it did... Look, if we didn't have this game, we would not have gotten Resident Evil 2 and the ones that follow.
I think I'm in total agreement, and that's a pretty balanced way of looking at things. So you guys would both agree like a C tier, around a B tier, and I'm kind of going to tiebreaker it here because... For me, as is very well evident, Resident Evil 1, particularly the director's cut, this set the standard for horror games moving forwards. Without this gem, we wouldn't have any of this.
100%.
Discussing this upwards of 20 years later, this still holds up. But again, it depends on how it holds up today and the differences between what we can expect from today's technology and the legacy. Those two things combined. I like to think that a lot of people in our audience are going to be like, well, this is the GOAT. This is the OG. This, it's a straight S tier. But like Brother Bass just said, it has to hold up today. And by today's standards, this wouldn't be. But you have to maintain legacy in there. I'm going to go ahead and say, I agree with both of you. I would have this at a high B. For the time, it was absolutely excellent, and even playing this today I find it thoroughly enjoyable. Like Brother Tibbs, I didn't play this one first. I have played it in its entirety several times now, and I love it and I respect it for what it is, but I do not think it's a top tier game, but I do think the legacy is paramount. If this was a legacy list, S, straight up S, no questions, but right now for me it's a high B. Or mid B, shall we say? Are we in agreement, gentlemen?
I'd put it there.
I think it's a good. I think it's at a good spot right now to where, like, if we have other games that come and move it down the list or whatever, even move it up, I got no problems with this right now.
Yeah, absolutely. As well for the audience as well, these aren't set in stone. Like, we can maneuver these as other things come to light because we're going to be focused on the game we're talking about, but as this list fills up, we are going to be comparing them to one another. Speaking of which, that's how the list's going to work, and we have our first one. Do you guys agree or disagree? Let us know in the comments section below, and we're going to move on. And I'm going to pick one at random, like so. Resident Evil Gaiden.
What a monster!
Have you guys played this one?
Unfortunately.
Go, face.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
I'll take this one away. So, to start off, it was the first game that landed on the Game Boy that had anything to do with Resident Evil. Probably would have been better off if it never even came to the Game Boy. Reason being, I don't have a problem necessarily with the way that you kill the zombies or the monsters, because there's a bar that moves back and forth and you have to land it in the perfect middle or part of the section in order to hit zombies, so it was well thought out. But I thought by this point we had stepped away from the SNES days, and I kind of feel like this game belonged on an older console. Also, this game is not canon, for those of you who don't know. I will not share any spoilers to those who want to play it, but it's not canon. And don't let the box art fool you, because you do not play as Leon. I will tell you that first and foremost. It is an absolute cash grab after the events of Resident Evil 2 and how big Leon's character was. He is in the game, and he is like an important part of it, but you do not play as him. So, for me, that literally sits at either D or ass. I could wholeheartedly say it is not a good game. That's my take.
Brother Tibbs, your thoughts?
No, I would wholeheartedly agree with based on this one. Is that it definitely belongs in like. Well, we need one below us. We need like garbage. Like, but my thing at home, I don't know what you guys played it at the moment, is Undertale. Now, if this was made today with the kind of Undertale mechanics, I believe it would be a brilliant successor to this game. But with, like Bo says, we were moving away from that kind of SNES and NES era. So yeah, it needs to be an ass for me.
I'll second that. It could sit in the ass.
I think I'd be drastically outvoted if I disagreed, which I don't. Unfortunately, I did actually play this one because I got a Game Boy. I was very, very late to the game when it came to Game Boy. I bought a Game Boy, or was bought a Game Boy by my mother, and because I loved the idea of playing a Pokemon game. So when I got one, I only played Pokemon until I discovered, oh my god, there's a Resident Evil game for Game Boy. I need to know what this is about. 6 were made, gentlemen.
Press F to pay respects.
Got some Fs in the chat for Resident Evil Gaiden. We have a consensual ass.
Yeah, Resident Evil Gaiden, more like Biden.
Alright, moving on before this gets more political than it needs to be. Let's get... Speaking of political...
Oh, where's this one?
You demonic. You are a demonic being.
Evil 6. And I'm going to open this one with Brother Tibbs. What are your thoughts, my guy? Obviously, you really like this game.
In the year 2025. No. Like, the thing about it is, from a kind of neutral standpoint, I'm going to give a very kind of balanced view on this game. I believe it belongs in ass for Resident Evil, but if it isn't a Resident Evil title, I believe it would be a good game. I believe it would be a good action game. If it doesn't have the Resident Evil title on it, it would be a good action game. But because of the way it does have the Resident Evil title and it tarnishes that sort of legacy that we have with it belongs in us.
Okay.
Do you agree, Brother Bass?
So, I've played every part of this game, and the best part about it was the trailer that dropped in 2011. I can wholeheartedly say that this game is trash. Now, I'm not saying this from a perspective of just a Resident Evil fan. I have played a lot of games that are action-oriented. I agree with what you're saying there, Mr. Tibbs, that if it wasn't a Resident Evil title, it could definitely hold a little weight, but I think Resident Evil 5 displayed that best, where that was mostly an action game and still held true to a lot of Resident Evil aspects, although being more on the action side, to where this game, I mean, I felt like I was playing as The Rock when I was playing as Chris. I mean, I don't know, I can't wrap my head around this game I mean, like, it's definitely ass, but with the possibility of playing co-op with your friends and having many different types of runs, I actually wouldn't put it in ass, which is probably shocking to most of you. I would keep it in D, but it would be the lowest of D, because there are a lot of fun times that you can have with a partner.
I'm inclined to agree, because I did a collaboration on another channel a long time ago. It was a few years ago now. A wonderful gentleman called RJ from over at Casual Hardcore Gamers, and he decided, because I am a huge Resident Evil fan and he isn't necessarily, we could play a game that we would both mutually enjoy. But I, at the time, only had a PlayStation 3, so we were limited to what we could play. So I'd only played Leon's campaign of Resident Evil 6, and I thought, it's not bad, I guess, you know, it's okay, but it didn't feel like Resident Evil. And like Brother Tibbs said, if it wasn't holding the Resident Evil mantle, it might be alright. But to play it on your own and recognizing these characters and the beloved concepts and everything, and it just felt so tarnished and watered down, and it just didn't feel like Resident Evil. It could hold up as its own thing, like a spin-off of some kind, or I don't know, a fan a fan video, or a fan game. But it didn't hold up for me. It can absolutely be fun to play with a partner, but not in its entirety. Because we played all 4 campaigns when I did the collaboration, and by the end of it, we both wanted to die in real life.
Yeah.
So, we couldn't wait for the end of this thing. I'm going to wholeheartedly agree that this belongs in ass, but maybe it's just a little less ass than Gaiden.
Okay.
We'd say.
I would definitely agree. The whole experiment of having Wesker's son, baby Wesker, and like Sherry being up there as probably as annoying as Ashley from the original RE4, it just didn't do it for me. Although I don't think Jake Wesker's story was bad, I just didn't like the direction they were going in. Leon's was the best in the entirety of the game. I know Piers is a fan favorite to a lot of people. I also really do like him. He was a great character. He's a great character. But at the end of the day, this game the ends just don't justify the means. I think it belongs in high ass.
High ass. Excellent. All right, gentlemen. Moving on. Let's see. Let's go with another banger like this one. The original Resident Evil 2.
You better be holding that with gloves on, my friend.
Bro, I'm not even touching my mouse right now.
Mr. Tibbs, the floor is totally yours.
Go right ahead, Brother Tibbs.
Just as you guys have very kind of like, Jem, you have very fond memories of RE4, and basically have very, very fond memories of RE1. This is my sort of starting point. I can remember sitting up with my dad at like 2 o'clock in the morning trying to beat G3. Now, obviously now I can run through G3 like a train and fold him like a bit of laundry. But we were sitting there genuinely, guys, for 7 hours trying to beat G3 on the train. Because my dad decided, oh, I'm not going to hit him with magnum shots because I want to save that for the end boss. I'm going to try and do him with my pistol.
Bad time.
It will forever, for me, be an S-rank game. Like, this is where true survival horror kind of came alive. As much as people say about Resi 1, I believe that Resi 2 did everything Resi 1 did and just escalated it so much more. We got so much lore about Claire as a character, like being related to Chris Redfield. We got the lore of the T virus and where that came from, and like who created it and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a S1 for me. I could go on all night, but Base, take it away, my brother.
Couldn't have said it better myself over there, Mr. Tibbs. This is right here the magnum opus of the Resident Evil series, hands down. Resident Evil 2 came out in January of 1998, and it took the world by storm, selling millions. Really putting into ignition survival horror. Since survival horror had already been talked about, this laid down the groundwork for years to come. Thanks to this, and thanks to Hideki Kamiya, Shinji Mikami, and all those guys back over there, we even got Resident Evil 1.5 from this game, which, as many know, Claire Redfield was not originally Claire Redfield. Originally, she was Rachel Spire, the sister of Forrest, and then she went over to be the motorcyclist that we all know and love. But again, Elza Walker was a character that didn't really have much context, but if she did, she would remind me a lot of Claire. And I think what Resident Evil wanted to do was keep it to having them related to a popular Stars member from the original game, or a member from the original game in general. And what better one than the main character, Chris Redfield? We got Claire Redfield. This game capitalizes on everything, whether it's the ambience of the world, whether it's the graphics, whether it's the monsters, the voice acting was just, R.I.P. Paul Hadid, who passed away, who played as Leon S. Kennedy, forever a legend. This game right here has so many memories, from me doing a lot of challenge runs in it, to watching my dad play it through hundreds of times to unlock Tofu and Hunk. This game belongs nowhere lower than S, and if there was an S+, it would be there as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think something that we all share with this game in particular is that we all have had experiences with our fathers. Like, bonding exercises were made over this game. This was actually my first Resident Evil game ever, was Resident Evil 2, the original. And my father, who does not drive, walked 19 miles with me.
Damn.
Purchase this game. We found, and this is before the internet. Well, not necessarily before the internet, but before, like, you couldn't just go on the internet. You couldn't go on eBay and just buy this thing. We found an advert in a local paper of a guy in the next town over selling one of these things, and we got a bus to the next town over, and we followed a map, like a handheld map, straight up in your hands physical map, because Google Maps wasn't a thing, and again, nor was the internet or satellite navigation, and we got lost in the woods for 9 hours looking for this place, and he absolutely refused to go back until we had it. So we went there, we bought it for £20, 20 Great British English pounds, and we brought it home, and then we played it, and then he would do the bits that I couldn't do. I was actually better than him because I played the demo that would let you get to the RPD. I had a demo disc that came out with PlayStation Magazine, and this game remained my favourite game of all time for about a decade after its release in '98. It's solid gold, and everything that you guys have already covered, just like everything was an improvement on the original. I didn't know this at the time because, like I say, this was my first experience, but going back now and playing the original, I can see everything was better. The mechanics were better, the voice acting, the atmosphere, the sound design. It was all great in the first one, don't get me wrong, so that just speaks even more to the value of the improvement that Resident Evil 2 was. This was an immaculate masterpiece and remains so to this day. If it wasn't in S rank, I would leave this call now.
Game over.
I totally agree with that statement. I mean, so many fond memories. We're still playing it to this day. That's got to speak for something. 6 or 7 years later, I mean, this game came out, I think, the same year Google was founded, and it's still a banger. Leon S. Kennedy and Claire Redfield live on. Thank God Chief Irons does not. And I gotta say, this is 100% an S. Even if there was an S+, I'd put it there as well.
For sure. Absolutely. All right then, gentlemen. Enough gushing. Let's be mean about something for a while. Let's choose this one.
Oh, boy.
Umbrella Chronicles. Oh boy! And just like that, the high is gone.
Yeah, all dopamine left the body.
Yeah, everything just straight cortisol and trauma now.
Mr. Tibbs, the floor is yours.
All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle.
Oh my goodness.
This for me, what? I mean, how did they screw up so bad online Resident Evil game, especially that it was coming out for the PS4? We are dying for an Outbreak remake, and everyone's like, Umbrella Core, it's an online Resident Evil, and we're like, okay, this is Outbreak, this is it, we're gonna get it. And no, it's just a very generic PvPvE kind of shoot 'em up team deathmatch style game that just was shockingly bad. This is another very very, very high ass for me.
Very high ass. The highest of ass.
So, what do I begin with? The servers were as broken as the game. I'm going to go ahead and just this game right here, I didn't actually know was coming out originally when it first, was getting some traction. I knew it had to do with the Resident Evil series and it was going to be co-op and online, and I got excited once I figured out that it was coming out a month away from when I finally figured it out. I wish I never figured out it ever came out. It is a completely broken game. A lot of the servers never worked. The gameplay movement mechanics are trash. If you want to buy a copy of the game right now, it's going for like $100 US, which is just unbelievable. I don't even know how you could justify the means. We know that a lot of rarer games, the gaming market went up in all of our respective countries around the world, but this game does not justify that at all. They try to have a mini story in the middle of it, and it is just completely jumbled. This is everything that you really don't need in something associated with Resident Evil and multiplayer. So for me, this probably will sit in the middle of Gaiden and 6.
Ooh. Your thoughts, Brother Tibbs?
Yeah, I'd put it. Yeah, that's definitely where I'd put it. Can we please talk about something happy now?
Yeah, that actually...
It would traumatize you guys. Well, yeah, and again, I don't think there is anything to add to that. That game was garbage. There were so many problems with it that I can't even count. And personally, I don't think my opinion is valid because I didn't make the mistake of purchasing the thing. Because I particularly don't like online play. I don't like PvP. I don't like online games in general. And for me, when it comes to Resident Evil, multiplayer, as desirable as that mechanic is, I think it takes away from the immersion. And for me, what I love about Resident Evil more than anything is the atmosphere and the way it's so immersive that it draws you in to a point where you feel like you're a part of the world. And these games in particular, with the multiplayer aspect done poorly, they just don't do a good job of that. So let's move on to something a little bit more cheery, but something I think we may disagree on because we've been pretty neutral about this so far. So let's talk about Resident Evil Survivor.
Oh, there comes the maniac laugh. Oh my goodness, who wants to go first?
I'm going to leave it to you, sir, because I think you have the most experience with this game. Whether it was intentional or not, you are actually really good at this one. You must love it.
Yeah. No. Honestly, Gemma's right, and I appreciate that. Being a part of Team Hitless, I did run a no save, no damage S rank of this game with the canon ending. It's hard to explain. When you play House of the Dead, and then you play this, you realize that this game is just straight up dead. It's just, the problem I have with it is over here in the US, you could not use any sort of light gun to play it. I don't know if, Gemini and Mr. Tibbs were able to play it with a light gun, but for me, I was stuck with a controller trying to aim and shoot enemies in the head. The acting, I don't know how somehow it regressed worse than like it was there with Resident Evil 1, and Resident Evil 1 was his predecessor by 4 years. I don't want to be absolutely crucial on the game because it is not absolutely bad. There are different scenarios that you can run in this game which make it a lot of fun. Some of the enemies are quite annoying, like the sweepers. But overall, I think that Ark Thompson is, for lack of a better word, one of the weaker characters in Resident Evil. And I gotta say that I would probably put this game in either very low C or high D. I don't think it's I don't think it is awful, but I also don't think that it merits being much higher than that.
Oh, all right then. Pretty concise and to the point. Mr. Tibbs, your thoughts on Resident Evil Survivor and our boy Ark Thompson?
So I made the mistake of buying this day one. I was in the local game shop, and I went up to, well, it was me, my mum and dad, and we went up to the counter, and they saw how good we had it with Resident Evil 2, and they were like, "Oh, my boy wants to get into Resident Evil 2 because I couldn't play Resident Evil 2 because it would give me nightmares." At that point, I was very, very young and very impressionable, and like I had very bad night terrors because of it. So the guy behind the desk was like, "Oh, maybe you should give this a go. It's a very, it's not as horror based. It requires a light gun, which did not work with it in the UK version either. So we got it home, we plugged it in. 10 minutes later, we got back in the car and asked for our 40 quid back."
40 quid.
Wow, it was actually pretty expensive to start off. I didn't even realize, because I only played this game up until like a couple months ago over the summer.
Yeah, when it first came out, it was priced as a full price game of the time, which PS1 games were as expensive now as a sort of PS5 game. Well, a sort of PS4 onto PS5 game sort of thing. So it was like 30-40 quid. So yeah, it was quite expensive. It was the most expensive mistake that we ever made. I think literally my dad was like, "You know what, I'm gonna pay you back by getting us a McDonald's on the way home," and we spent that 40 quid in McDonald's.
At a time.
That is amazing.
So
In that case,
it belongs,
no, sorry, interrupt.
it belongs in D for me.
D tier. Are you in agreement there, Mr. Bass?
Wholeheartedly.
Then I feel like I'm going to be the spanner in the works here, because I love Resident Evil Survivor. I think this game is awesome. Right, bear with me. I know that, and I see you guys in the comments. Don't go anywhere. Hear me out. You're more than welcome to make your comments and say your piece and wholeheartedly agree. In fact, disagree with them. Tell them it's ass. For me, I'm going to open with a couple of points and then have you think about what you've just said. I don't think I can change your mind, but I do want you to see it from my perspective. Resident Evil Survivor, for me, I played when I was young. Not quite first day. I don't even remember how much it cost. I think I was quite late to the game, but it had been out for about a year, and people had had time to establish, wait a minute, this game isn't worth 40 quid, it's worth 10 tops, you know. So the price was probably way down when I bought it. And you guys have made some very, very valid points. The voice acting was appalling. It definitely did go backwards. It was definitely worse than the original, to a point where it's not even memorably funny. There were no Jill sandwiches, you know, there was no Chris's blood, there was no Barry quips, you know, it was just, "It's me, your mother!"
Vincent, it's me, your mother.
Yeah.
Yes, the voice acting I'll give you. Also, the light gun aspect, because those of you guys that have played House of the Dead will know that you're not in control of your character, you only need to use the gun. And the game will literally walk through for you, take corners for you, solve puzzles for you. All you've got to worry about is shooting zombies. Whereas Resident Evil Survivor will have you walk at your own pace and solve puzzles and find items. So the light gun aspect never worked here, nor did it work in the US. If any of you guys found a way to make it work or program the gun differently, then good for you, but we could never figure it out. So I stuck to playing it with a controller. But again, it wasn't lost on me, and I'll tell you why. Because to me, as a massive fan of Resident Evil 2, I hit a bar, a pedestal, like an upper ceiling. I thought that Resident Evil 2 was as good as video games got, and I wasn't able to replicate the high I got from Resident Evil 2 for years upon years after I played it. Nothing compared. Nothing was even remotely close. And then when I started playing Resident Evil Survivor, I was suddenly met with an alternative perspective. I got to see familiar creatures that, granted, these days you can look back and say, okay, they reused a lot of assets. I loved those assets. I missed those assets, those bosses, those weapon designs, the bullets, the sound effects, the music, everything about it. It was exactly what I loved about Resident Evil 2, but from an alternative perspective. So I got to see all of the things that I wanted to see before. But on top of that, walking around the Resident Evil 2 environment, it was not open world. They were just like pre-rendered backgrounds that you could sort of look and you could hear stuff going on in the background, as you guys know, because everyone's familiar with Resident Evil 2. The background, the atmosphere, you can hear the zombies moaning in the background and like windows breaking and explosions going off, and you look across these environments, and I used to think as a kid, because I was over analytical, I'd be like, you can't go through this door. What's going on the other side of that door? What's happening? What's happening in that building over there that's on fire? Why is it on fire? Why is this car crashed and how did it get there? You know, I would look into all that stuff and it was never explained. So I saw Resident Evil Survivor as a means to explore the part of the city we didn't get to see. And I understand that I was wrong, because it's not based in Raccoon City. I thought it was as a kid, because I was about 9. So I didn't know different. But I loved the fact that it was giving me an alternative perspective on the environments that I really wanted to get to know, and more lore. Lore was vital to me, the atmosphere was vital to me, and I do feel like this game was ahead of its time in that it pioneered the first-person perspective. I know that they were taking things from House of the Dead to a point where they straight ripped enemy designs and sound effects from it. Like Bay said with the sweepers, you guys who've played House of the Dead will know sweepers are a House of the Dead monster. Listen to the sound effect on both games. They are literally ripped from one another with a slight octave change. That's it, with a colour palette swap. But that didn't take away from it for me, because I was so inclined to stick with it. I think what they were trying to do back then is what Resident Evil is. Resident Evil, not Village, the one before, 7. Resident Evil 7. What was it called? Biohazard. I think Biohazard is what they were trying to do back then, but they were limited by the technology of the time and the funding that was available to them. And that's why I put this game. It's definitely not high. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's an S rank, but I would have this in B.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, fire in the bow.
Yeah.
Oh.
As a compromise, I would say meet me in the middle and say C, and if we get more in C, I'll put it at a lower C, because I do understand what you're saying about the mechanics issues, the voice acting, the cost of the thing when it came out, the straight rip-off of House of the Dead. I get all of that, but please look beyond the general aesthetic of this game and think about what it represents for us as fans, as you know, other than just gamers.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, the story lore is actually canon, so Sheena Island was a real place, and it is very important to the origins of Umbrella and one of their biggest strongholds in creating like mutant monsters. Like, you had a lot of Mr. X's. It was basically housing a lot of, like, you know, hunters, Mr. X's, dogs, like a lot of mutations that they were testing out the T virus and G virus on. You know, the good I can say about it is just like Mr. Gem said, I do like the fact that you can walk around and turn on your own comparatively to House of the Dead, where everything is kind of designed for you to go in a linear path. You just control the gun. So he does bring up a really good point with that. But, you know, it does have its flaws, and I think for the time, it felt a little bit like a cash grab by Capcom, and that's not me dissing it to those who love it, like Gemini and others. I feel like Resident Evil was trying to capitalize on maybe an avenue they missed out on. This came out only, I want to say, a couple of months before or after Code Veronica on the Dreamcast, so that'll already speak mountains to most people that what Code Veronica looked like comparatively to what this was, even though it was running on PS1, it kind of just, as you said, Gem, they kind of used a lot of assets, which there's nothing wrong with, you know, because the assets from RE2 and 1 are just fantastic. I could definitely agree. We could keep it there at C for now.
Excellent. Tibbs?
Yeah, I will. I'll definitely agree that, like I said, C will keep that for the moment.
Very well. All right then, gentlemen. I appreciate you hearing me out. Now, that was one that I love and you guys didn't. So let's have another spanner in the works. With Resident Evil Code Veronica X.
So, Mr. Tibbs, this seems to be your forte, and I will definitely say my piece on this, but I'd love for you to go first.
Likewise.
Here we go, boys and girls. You guys know how much I love this game. You know that through my runs, I have done A-rank runs, I have done knife-only runs, I have done runs off-screen of like pistol only and kind of my own sort of challenges on it. I literally know this game's death. It deserves at least an A for me. The things that let it down for me are Steve, because he's so, like, I don't know how they made a character so annoying and so kind of juvenile for a character that's meant to be like 18, 19 sort of thing. Like he's meant to be kind of like a young adult, and yet he acts like that he's a 15-year-old. We've got the lore implications of the Ashfords and how they kind of connected to Umbrella and stuff like that. We've got a kind of stronger version of the T-virus in the T-Veronica virus, which was worked on as well. We have also got Chris's return in this game, Wesker's return in this game. This is the game that needs to be remade before 5. If they are going to go down that route, this is the game that needs to come first, because you cannot have 5 without this game. So for me, it needs to be an 8.
Well said, Mr. Tibbs.
Fair and valid points. Yeah, I agree. What would you say there, though, for the base? Your thoughts on Code Veronica X and our boy Steve Burnside?
Well, for first and foremost, I think Vincent's mother played a better role than Steve Burnside. So that already answers how I feel about Steve. But anyway, Resident Evil Code Veronica to me is a absolute masterpiece. I love this game to the ends of the earth. This was originally the real Resident Evil 3, but since PlayStation had the Resident Evil 3 name trademarked, unfortunately they had to settle with calling it something totally different and considering it a spin-off connected to the main canon. You know, playing as Claire Redfield again so soon was just awesome. She really had, you know, grown in those 3 months looking for her brother Chris. Just being on that Umbrella Island and then going over to Antarctica was just so badass. The Nosferatu fight made me want to break several controllers, but was worth it in the end. I think that this game's difficulty was its only weak point, because you were not really able to adjust it at all, and for newcomers it's definitely the hardest game in the series, not counting Zero, which is bad. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and really solidify this review with being able to play as Chris Redfield again with the Code Veronica project, the Ashford twins just being so exceptional, the music being amazing, the save room was great, and of course, you know, us getting to see some of our favorite bad guys again, like Wesker and all of them. This game definitely deserves either a very high A or very low S. I am a firm believer that this is one of the best Resident Evils ever made.
Nice. Decent and solid reviews for a game that I did not play. Now, I know this game because I've seen Mr. Tibbs go through this game on several occasions, and he walks this game. Like the Notorious Base just stated there, it is one of the harder ones when people first get into it. Mr. Tibbs makes this look like child's play. And I suppose you would if you played it when you, like, as much as he has, like knife only challenges and stuff. And there's like literally every secret, every nook, every cranny.
Incredible.
You know, he's uncovering lore that people don't understand like 20 years after its release. You know, it is exceptional gameplay. But the game itself, for me, and I would agree, you know, the monster designs were a lot of fun, a lot of differences in there. I love that they reintroduced Wesker. The Ashford twins were a great addition, although the laugh, I cannot get past the laugh. But, it's something, I'll put a soundbite in of the laugh so you guys know what I'm referring to.
Welcome, Claire.
But,
If I attempted it, my voice would crack.
I couldn't do it, or I won't be able to keep talking either. Unfortunately, I think I could do it when I was 9. But playing as Claire Redfield again is a huge boost for this game, because Claire Redfield is my favourite female character. She's my favourite female lead in the entirety of the Resident Evil franchise. Leon and Claire, my favourites, male and female, either side. And that's just off the back of 2, because obviously they were my heroes and my first ever experience playing as the characters and having that dual choice aspect. So, yeah, given that I haven't played this game in its entirety, I don't feel like I can justify changing its perspective. I just have 2 words that like would knock it down for me, and you've already covered them. Steve Burnside. Dude, if they remake this game, I think the one area that will need the most focus and the most like manipulation is gonna have to be Steve's character, particularly if they want him to be a potential love interest for Claire, and if they do go on with the same like ending, you know, the way Steve goes. I don't want to spoil too much if you guys want to play it. If the audience are watching this and they don't know what happens, I'll just say that if they're going to stick with the way this game goes and the direction it takes, then there need to be some significant improvements to Steve's character.
I would totally agree with that. I was going to make a joke about just taking him out entirely, but he is very important to the story.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, you could retcon him.
Yeah, but he definitely... I did like the part when you got to play as him. I did like the Uzis that he uses, and like I said, a lot of the areas that you do traverse through and go to in this game, you never really do that again in a lot of Resident Evil games, especially for the time period that these 2 versions, Code Veronica and Code Veronica X, came out in 2000 and 2001. You know, I definitely agree with Mr. Tibbs and Jem on this one. Even though Jem didn't get to play it, he's seen a lot of it, and I can't talk highly enough about how good Mr. Tibbs is at this game. So definitely check out any of the content he has over on his channel for it when he does do it. But let me tell you something. Code Veronica, it's got a special place in my heart, and it belongs in a very high A.
Very high A.
So,
I think an agreement's been made. Mr. Tibbs, continue.
before we move on, I'm going to throw a little kind of Resi trivia at you guys that I've only just recently learned about Code Veronica.
Interesting.
Basically, Claire was not meant to be in it. It was meant to be another Jill Valentine game.
Really?
The reason that they added Claire is because where they decided last minute, okay, we've got twins, brother and sister. What's the dynamic there? They're kind of like a bad twin relationship. We need to show a good sibling relationship.
Oh.
We need to show Claire and Chris as the opposite dynamic to Alexia and Alfred. So that is why Claire is the main character in Code Veronica over Jill.
That's incredible.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that either.
I didn't know that. I never had an inclination that Jill would be in it. That's the first I'm hearing it, and what a massive find. And maybe that's the reason why they put her in Resident Evil 3 instead, as well.
It was meant to be Resident Evil 3 and Code Veronica.
Yeah.
Meant to be in games.
Oh, wow.
Because of the kind of dynamic of obviously Alexia and Alfred. They were like, oh god, these guys are siblings. We can't really have a Chris love interest. We need to have Claire finally finding Chris and showing how a good sibling relationship should be.
Wow.
Right.
Interesting. Hey, the more you know.
To me, like dropping the law on people now.
Love it.
Yeah. Move on, Jem. I just wanted to throw that on.
You got it. But I feel like we've found a few that we're passionate about and we talk at length, so I think we'll get one out of the way that could be a kind of quick decision for all of us. But this is something I want to talk about anyway because it's some this one right here, Resident Evil Reverse. And this was like the versus game where it's you can play as the characters that we all know and love, Leon, Claire, and Chris, and all the rest of it. But you can also play as the monsters like Mr. X and the G's and Nemesis and all them. This one was really strange, and I don't even remember it actually coming out. I remember it like being advertised and then being cancelled, and that was the last I ever heard of it. The one thing that I will say, I'm going to open with this one because I don't necessarily know where it belongs or if it even exists. Like, I don't know if you can physically go out and buy this. You guys can feel free to correct me, but I will just say this. As a kid, one of my favourite concepts, and it was very, very rare, but one of my favourite concepts was to play as the enemies in a video game. So, you know, if you play through, I don't know, a Mortal Kombat ladder, and then if you complete it on the hardest difficulty, you unlock the boss character as a playable character. And that sort of thing was available in most fighting games, you know, like Mortal Kombat, in Tekken, the one I liked the most was a game called Nightmare Creatures for the PS1. You guys want to heard of it? I'll put a screen grab up on the screen so that you guys can see. But it was an old Souls-like game, but for completing the game, you got a special code that let you play as all of the monsters, with all of their attacks and all their special abilities. I always thought that was super cool. And I thought, wouldn't it be awesome if you could do that in Resident Evil 2? To a point where I used to play Resident Evil 2 and think up, like, cheats. I used to imagine cheats and then guess whether or not they worked. So, like, this one I tried to do was, you know the room where you go in and fight the giant moth in the laboratory?
Yeah.
There is you can go there and you can type in a code. And if you type in a certain code, you can get it to speak in Tofu's voice, is that right?
In Resident Evil, in the Moth Room?
Yeah.
I believe it is in the Moth Room. It's also in Resident Evil 1 when you type it in the remake, you type in mole.
Mole, got ya. Well, in the Moth Room, that was the first ever experience I'd ever had of having like manual control over the password you put in. So I would try everything, just random strings of inherent Latin to try and figure out if there was any secret codes or any. I would spend hours upon hours at that computer to a point where my PlayStation 1 would crash. Because I'd sit there for 3 or 4 hours just typing in random codes to see if it did anything that had never been discovered, because I really wanted to play as a licker. It's just madness. And Reverse sort of like revisited that in a way that I thought could be a really cool concept, but from what I can gather, it fell flat. What are your thoughts, gentlemen?
I'll go first. So that was very well said. Funny enough, the fact of this game was that originally there was a chance it was going to be canceled, and what's sad about it is because you didn't know that it wasn't canceled speaks a lot of what the game really turned into, because it actually wasn't canceled. It did come out, and that's the problem with it. I think that, just like you said, being able to play as some of the big villains in a game like Nemesis or Jack Baker or Mr. X, right? Stuff like that just appeals to so many. I mean, Left 4 Dead did that really well in like the versus modes. This game definitely had a lot of high hopes, and from what I've seen, the idea just fell too far from the sun and it didn't amount to much. The one thing I will give it credit for is it showed a lot of maps of what Raccoon City would have looked like if there was no Outbreak, which really was awesome to me because you got to see the RPD untouched, and that to me was just freaking awesome. Yeah, so this game for me, I really played it like once. I played as Ada Wong. I think I fought like 2 people online. I just never really went back onto it. It didn't reel me in. I don't have anything horrible to say about it, but I'd probably say it would sit in D. It's definitely not S, because I do know it has a pretty solid following. I don't know how many people still play it, but what I can say is that, you know, it was a pipe dream, and it fell too far from the sun and didn't really pan out on the ground.
Shame. Would you agree, Mr. Tibbs? What are your thoughts?
Re order bonus for Village. I want to say either Village or RE. No, it wasn't RE2. It might have been RE3 Remake.
It was 3 minutes.
Yeah.
The remake was the Resistance.
Yeah, Remake was Resistance. I'm sure it was the Village.
Right.
It was Village. Ari Verse was Village.
Yeah. So for me, I bought Village because I really enjoyed 7, and I was like, oh my god, we're gonna carry on that story. And then, like you guys have said, they done like the trailer for RE-verse with it, and it was like, oh cool, I can play as Jack, and I can play as Nemesis, and I can kind of like beat people up and stuff like that, and it's like a really cool concept. And then they delayed it and delayed it and delayed it. So by the time it come out, everyone was like, what's the point? You've
Right.
so no point in even playing it. I played same as you, Base. I played one match. Got actually queued with a cheater who was flying around the map as Nemesis.
Wow.
Because the servers were so like it didn't have like no anti-cheat engine or anything like that.
Yeah, the live service was bad.
Mad 'cause bad.
Mad 'cause
Yeah.
mid.
I agree. It deserves a D. It doesn't deserve S. It deserves a D because it was wasted potential. If it had come out with Village,
Yeah.
when it was
Exactly.
a lot better than what we got with it.
I would totally second that. I think that what Mr. Tibbs shared was the delays, the constant delays, made a lot of fans, just like Gemini said, think that it was canceled. And then it just kind of shadow dropped. So you really had no effing idea that it was even out. So, like, that's why, you know, a lot of people never got the opportunity, and the player count was never high, and Capcom, God forbid they ever regulated their live service, you know, it just, you had a lot of cheaters on it. That also deterred people from going on it. And then you had people that were very good, and it's very hard in a game like that to stay station, you know, to consistently get back on it and keep playing. And yeah, I think it had a lot of wasted potential. So D.
It is. D tier. Well, we got our first D tier, which means we've covered every aspect so far. So now it gives us a good idea of whereabouts, like, you know, what kind of caliber other games need to be to match these categories, which is nice. So let's see now. I think this could be a fun one to talk about because I think we all have a different perspective on Resident Evil 0. What do we think of this one, gents?
Would you like me to go, Mr. Tibbs, or do you want the floor?
Do you mind if I take this one first?
Go ahead.
Oh, Resi Zero, man! It was everything that I wanted. Well, the thing about it is, Resi Zero came at a time where Resi 1 Remake come out, which I'm going to talk very much in length over. But Resi Zero it's another case of wasted potential. Because it was meant to be on the Nintendo 64, which they then delayed. It then got ported over to the GameCube with Resi 1 Remake graphics. We got 2 characters to play as it was a kind of prequel to the events of Resi 1. Do I believe that it gets too much hate? Definitely. But the reason why it gets the hate is very justified. It is a very hard game. There is no item box, so immediately you're thrown for a loop of what do you do with your items in your inventory? Oh, you just drop them on the floor and hope that you can come back to them without no problem. The puzzles are ridiculously convoluted. that you need to kind of pass between your AI partner. Yeah, if Code Veronica is a game that deserves a remake, this one needs to be thrown in an incinerator before they even remake it. It needs a redoing. They need to completely redo it rather than remake it.
Yeah. A total reimagining. You nailed a lot of the heavy spots, which was very well done. Like you said, this game was ported to the Nintendo GameCube because basically Capcom got word from Nintendo like, hey, you want to drop this game right now or wait like 3 years and we got better graphics for you? And they were like, sweet deal. I have seen footage of what it would have looked like on the N64, and interestingly enough, maybe that aesthetic of it looking older would have helped it a little bit better. Not to say that the graphics, the JPEGs in this game were a lot sharper than RE1 Remake on the GameCube. Billy Cohen is an interesting character. I wouldn't say he's the best, but he also leaves a lot of like ambiguous, you can't really tell what he's up to type of ordeal until you play through the story, which I will not spoil. Rebecca Chambers, you know, say what you want about Rebecca Chambers, but she's a little badass, and honestly, she has been in a lot of different tellings of Resident Evil up until now. To me, though, for some reason, this game did not feel like a prequel. The only thing that gave it the prequel vibe was literally knowing that it was before Resident Evil 1, and I don't know why that is. Again, like some of the monsters in this game, especially like the whole leech scene, was a little interesting to me. I agree with Mr. Tibbs. The puzzles were just very convoluted. You know, you had to use both analog sticks to control your respective character, or if you wanted to switch from them, the heartbeat pulse was interesting. The thing that sticks out to me that made this game just not anywhere near my top is the inventory and item management. I can't describe how disappointed I was when I found out that I had to constantly keep going and finding the hook shot like 3 times just for it to not be there. It's definitely a letdown comparatively to its predecessor by only a year. I don't think it's a bad game though, however. It still has a lot of really strong mechanics. It's a lot of fun. I like the experiment of playing between 2 characters. Maybe just if they did it differently in a remake of it or a retelling of it, it would do a lot better. I actually think where you have it sitting right now is perfect.
Nice. And I would probably agree, because this game for me, it was extremely jarring having the item management system basically ripped away, because that's all I'd gotten used to, was having an item box. You know, the whole consistency of having somewhere to store your items, and then it changed that mechanic. I think they tried to do a few things that could have been interesting if they were polished a little bit better, but I think it just added too much difficulty. I think something that was valuable about this game in particular is the lore. Because obviously, with it being, you are right in that it didn't feel like a prequel. But some of the things that we were able to learn, particularly about the overarching lore, like the founders of the Umbrella Corporation, you got like James Marcus, Edward Ashford, Oswald Spencer's history and stuff like that, plus the expansion on Rebecca Chambers' character, because I didn't know anything about Rebecca Chambers other than there's a photograph of her on Wesker's desk. Like, by the time I looked into 1, by the time I looked into 0, that's all I knew, is that Wesker's a creep. Rebecca Chambers plays basketball, and that was it. That's all I knew. So to have an expansion on this character was interesting for me, and getting to know a bit more about it. And I absolutely loved the idea of the proto-tyrant. Like, you know, it's a boss monster, but it's not quite perfected yet. You know, but you can see the progression of the tyrant model and how they're working on the bioweapons. You know, they're not just throwing any old concoction in there and releasing whatever comes out. It's literally a process where you can see the evolution of the tyrants going on. So it was really cool to see that go backwards. I liken it to, and you guys might be familiar, our audience might be familiar with it as well. If you've watched Predator, like from Alien vs. Predator, or from just Predator, the Predator is like a highly advanced technological alien, like Hunter. But there is a movie that came out reasonably recently in the last few years called Prey. and you get to see like an antiquated hunter, an antiquated predator before he's got like certain technologies, and he visits like during like the like a Neolithic era, kind of like the Stone Age sort of thing, where people, you know, they're only just discovering agriculture and stuff. And it was really cool because it's like, oh, you get to see what the predators were like before they discovered technology and before they evolved. And it was super cool. And I think that's the same kind of vibe I get from the Proto-Tyrant, is that it's not perfect and it's not supposed to be. And then you can see its weaknesses and you can see why they're striving. You know, you get an idea of what they're trying to accomplish with these viruses, rather than just being like, you know, why would anyone make shambling, you know, useless zombies and stuff? It's like, well, they're not trying to. And Resident Evil 0 expanded on that nicely. I would agree with the positioning at the moment. I think where you guys have put it is dead right. And again, you would know more about it than I do. For me, the lore implications of this game are what give it a higher ranking, but the mechanics needed a lot of polish.
I would definitely agree the lore saves this game. The gameplay mechanics, aside from the ones that I named that were very shallow, play a lot like RE1 Remake, which is a breath of fresh air. Again, you touched on really not knowing about Rebecca until unveiling that Wesker is a weirdo. But, you know, seeing her briefly in the Resident Evil 1 Remake, we really never got a chance to know much about her. And I think them trying to capitalize on her, I like the train setting. The Umbrella facility felt a lot like the Spencer Mansion, so wasn't my strongest game in the series, and I don't actively replay it, but it doesn't mean that I wouldn't, and it doesn't mean that I wouldn't enjoy it. So yes, I think the positioning is just fine.
See,
Sure.
I at a friend's house the other day who obviously he mods a lot of his games and stuff like that. So he had the mod that turned Zero that had the inventory box on it, and it is a completely different game. It's a much more enjoyable game because just from that one aspect of having an inventory box stores it up for an A for me, but because it doesn't naturally, yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. Like it is a very, very like high C for me.
Oh yeah. Right then, guys. Moving forwards, then, if we're all in agreement that it belongs in C, I'll leave it right where it is for now. But like we can mix and match these two. But we'll see if anything else goes in C before we start ranking them like that. Right now, we'll just agree that it's a C and move on to the next one, Resident Evil Outbreak, that came out in 2003 in Japan, but wasn't released in the United States, I believe, until 2004. And other PAL regions in 2004. Did you guys play this one? I did not.
Yeah, I would love... Do you mind if I go first on this one, Mr. Tibbs?
After you, Brother Bass.
So, Resident Evil Outbreak has such a special place in my heart. This right here is how Resident Evil Online should be. This was such a way of forming a team based on a bunch of different characters that you could pick. And just for a little backstory, for those of you who don't know, this takes place in Racoon City during the same time of the events of all the other games. Now, the thing is, the twist is that you're playing as regular people, everyday civilians that are living their lives, working in different locations. But every character has a different attribute, which makes it pretty much in the RPG column to a certain degree. But what I will say is that this game, it was unbelievable. I mean, just, you know, getting to play David, getting to play Cynthia, you know, some of the other ones, Yoko, it was really good. Some of the monsters that they introduced were really cool. This game, when it came out, you know, it was developed by obviously the normal Resident Evil team, but its director was somebody totally different who was a part of the Resident Evil 3 Nemesis team. And I gotta say, he knocked it out of the park with this one. Although I do think that There are a couple of elements in this game that needed to be a little tidied up. Communication between players, you couldn't outwardly talk online on PS2. You had to just hit random buttons on the D-pad to conversate and basically like make some sort of Morse code. They definitely should have had some sort of way for people to interact or type. But that's just on the live action part. The game itself is a lot of fun, and I definitely think it warrants a B.
B grade. Interesting. Brother Tibbs, are you in agreement?
Not particularly.
Oh, here we go. Fight.
See, I got this game back at the end of the PS2 life cycle when the kind of like internet servers were kind of like on the way out. So I never got the kind of opportunity that you did, Base, to play with people online. I just saw it as,
Right.
oh, I've got an AI partner that then kind of they just disappear for most of the mission, and you're doing these missions solo, and like I like the aspect of a Resident Evil RPG. I've talked to Gemini in depth about what I would do with a Resident Evil RPG. So I like the aspect of playing as normal civilians that have kind of like different kind of attributes. Like one of them I think is better with melee weapons, and then you've got an actual police officer that you play as. Another kind of thing that kind of dials it down for me, but is a very kind of cool addition, is the fact that these civilians don't have the resistance to the T-virus that kind of Claire and Jill and Chris and Leon have, that as soon as they're bit, you're on a timer, and that timer goes up with your virus counter, and if it gets to 100%, you then die and the mission fails. I like that as a concept. I don't think it should be a concept in Resident Evil, because we are used to a character, like I said, like Jill, getting bit and just taking a bit of damage. I don't like the fact that I'm now on a timer to complete a mission, which they don't kind of give you a objective to do. They literally plant you in a scenario and just go, okay, there's puzzles to be had, go and solve them. I don't like that. I like my Resident Evils with a kind of set goal in mind. Like with Resident Evil 2, it was all about escaping the RPD and then finding what's going on with Birkin, and like escaping the secret lab. With RE3 Nemesis, it was the case of Jill's escape from Raccoon City. With Outbreak 1 and 2, there weren't none of that. There weren't a cohesive story to it in the scenarios until you got to the ending scenario that was like, oh, by the way, this is what happens to this random person that you've chosen to play as. Yeah, so for me, I would put it as maybe a low C, potentially even a D for me.
Ooh. Alright, so a bit of a disagreement between you guys, and unfortunately with me not playing this game necessarily, I can't really add too much to that you guys won't already know of. I have watched this game played, and I will agree that I really like the idea of there being normal people. You know, there is nothing particularly special about these characters, because again, that was something very important to me when I was playing through the original games like RE2, and like I explained with my rant about Resident Evil Survivor. I like seeing what's going on behind the scenes. I would love an open world Resident Evil game where you can just see everything happening all at the same time and watch as the city devolves into chaos over the course of the events of September 1998. But I like that idea of just having normal people. Something I will disagree with Mr. Tibbs is while the concept of you've always had characters that are resistant to the virus, I actually quite like the idea of it given us a timer, because it adds a new layer of challenge, which I agree would be frustrating, and it's something that hasn't been canon to the series. But we've always had these like excessively like high profile characters. You know, they're all like they have a high level of resistance to it, you know, so he always plays like the main character, whereas in Outbreak there isn't a main character, you're just like an average Joe. So like, let's say me, you and Base were stuck in the middle of Raccoon City and one of us gets bitten. It's, you know, we wouldn't have the luxury of, oh, that's fine, I'll just use a green herb, you know, I'll be okay. It adds a, like, I don't want to say a sense of realism when it comes to a game that came out so long, you know what I mean, but I do quite like the idea of that challenge, and I don't know, I almost wanted to say skill issue. Well, I'm not sure if it was a case of mad because bad, or because you're absolutely right in that it just doesn't fit with the franchise, because we've never had that in any other game outside of being poisoned by the spiders or the poison ivy plants. So I think both of your points are valid, so I feel like the best thing we can do here is to sort of meet in the middle. Base, you would, Mr. Tibbs, you would have this at like a high D, low C, and yeah. Base, you've got this at a B. So I'm going to maybe say, can we agree and put it at the highest C? So it's right in the middle of the two. So it's not quite low B for Base, but it's not quite high D for Tibbs. And I'll sort of mutually put it here. Can we agree on that?
I could agree on it.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I just want to state one thing in defense of it, because you did bring up a lot of tremendous points, both of you, Mr. Tibbs, you especially. Not so much whether the getting bit and then having only a certain amount of time to not to become infected, is it an issue? I think it's tremendous, and that's where we're probably going to defer on, and you know, that's the beauty of it, because realistically, if they put that in the mainline games, that would probably be way too hard for a lot of players to do. So they just stuck with herbs and left you on caution. In a real situation, although this game is over 20 years old, that's honestly how it would be. And I think being able to play with another person, and I know I will agree that the AI sometimes, especially in Volume 1, could be wonky. When we talk about Volume 2, I'll probably have even higher praise just as a preview. But this game, Volume 1, of Outbreak, it did what it needed to do. I didn't have too much of an issue with the AI. I think that they cannot follow you, but if you're playing on a not so demanding difficulty, they're not too bad. It depends on also who you have in your party. I could sit there and put it at the lowest B, highest C, but I don't think it warrants being any lower. That's just my take.
Okay. In that case then, let's move on, and while we're still on that concept and while it's fresh in our minds, let's move on to Outbreak 2.
Oh, man.
And see whereabouts this is. Base, I'll leave that one open to you first, because you said you have higher praise.
Yes.
Justify that sentence.
So, Resident Evil Outbreak File 2 did everything right that Resident Evil Volume 1, Outbreak File 1 did not do. It added every single scenario. It added a lot more monsters. It added a better connection and bandwidth to playing online with friends. It was actually completely online up until almost 2009, when now it's only up on the Japanese servers and you can still play it. This game upscaled the graphics of a lot of the characters, put in some new weapons and arsenals, kind of let you go through the Arklay Forest, which was just tremendous. We got to see places that we never thought we would see. This game right here is just really, when you are looking for the complete package of a multiplayer, get the hell out of there alive with your pals, Volume 2, File 2 does the job for me. This one, without any chance, deserves to be in B. Whether it's higher than 1, that's not for me to decide, because we have 2 other fine gentlemen with Resident Evil experience here, but there's no way I would let this one drop below a B.
Oh, alright, you set the bar. Mr. Tibbs, what do you think? Do you have a retort?
Base, I actually agree with you on this one. I think what you just touched is absolutely perfect. For me, I would go back, even to this day, I've got like little emulators that have PS2 games, PS1 and stuff like that. And on my PS2 emulator is Outbreak File 1 and 2. Now, I will go back and play File 2 only purely for one scenario, and that scenario is you are put in a zoo with a massive zombie elephant.
Yeah.
Like, the fact of the matter is, if you look at any sort of kind of modern media of zombies, like Last of Us, even modern kind of like Walking Dead and stuff like that, they never show a kind of zombified animal.
Yeah.
And it's like, why not? Why are animals so immune to these diseases? And if they are immune, why are the characters using them in like research development with the viruses? But File 2 actually says, no, they aren't immune. We have a zombie elephant, we have zombie lions, we have zombie alligators. Like, this virus can infect anything and anyone. So do with that what you will. And good luck trying to put down that fucking elephant, because you need like the nuke just to bloody put it down. But for me, it still suffers some of the same sort of difficulty that I had with File 1, but it kind of, because of the better scenarios that they throw you in, and they explain a bit more of what you need to do. Like I said, with the zoo scenario, your main kind of objective is to kind of defeat the zombie elephant by locking it in the elephant paddock and making sure it stays there. Because if you go about it the wrong way, you can actually fail that, and this elephant will chase you through the whole scenario while you're trying to do it. So for me, I would wholeheartedly agree that it goes in a B. I would even put it in A as well.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to go that high because I was nervous of the rebuttal, but yeah, it definitely would be the lowest of A for me, highest of B. I think it is a really well thought out game. Like you said, the scenarios hit on all points, and it actually does a lot more for the lore. And you go places, you see the ending of Raccoon City, and you see how these guys escape, which I'll leave up for those who want to play it. And it really, it just does a better job with the characters too. And you're right, Mr. Tibbs. The scenarios in the first one were a little bit on the weaker side. File 2 definitely brings stronger scenarios, and what it also does is bring File 1 scenarios in it, so you have the full package. So this game right here is the entire package. If you're going to go out and buy one, it's definitely File 2.
Nice. You guys make some really valid points there that I hadn't really considered, and the lore implications, again, to me, very, very important, as that is the lore implications, and seeing areas that we didn't get to explore. The fact that we get a look into the Arclay Forest and things like that, see Raccoon City as it ends and all the rest, not to mention, it's a significant improvement on the original, which is the same way I feel about Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2 was a significant improvement on Resident Evil 1. File 2 is a significant improvement on File 1. So I can absolutely justify having it up here and being an improvement over the others, and I am in total agreement. The only part I take issue with is putting it above the OG Resident Evil 1. But that's just my take because legacy, basically. But that on top of the fact that I didn't really play this one all that much, and I feel like you guys have more sway over that because you not only have the lore implications and the legacy aspect and the gameplay mechanics, but you've also experienced the game in its entirety. So I'll leave it up to you. Do you guys believe it deserves to be higher than OG1 or not?
So for me, I do, because it was really the second of its kind, and you almost said it in the best way possible, right? Like, at the end of the day, the secondary releases of most things, not all things, usually do better than the one before it, and I gotta say this did miles better than its predecessor. That's not taking any shade at 96. I think that RE1 96 set the stone, but I think that this game deserves the recognition. I could definitely put it at the highest of B, but again, it's up to everybody in here, and yeah.
Move it across one, Gem, because
Well,
I would Yeah,
I would agree.
yeah, for me, obviously, I've not played OG RE1 until recently. So for me, I haven't got the kind of like nostalgia glasses on for it. So for me, it is a case of File 2 is just even today, like I said, we are crying out for a remake of Outbreak, and if they do,
Bingo.
if they do remake Outbreak, I want them to remake it as one game, not kind of go, oh, here's a remake of Outbreak File 1. No, make it as one complete package that you can either go through solo, or if you want to go through it multiplayer, have those scenarios built around the kind of that kind of aspect. So yeah, for me, it's got to be better than the OG.
And I think you said it best on one last thing. People are asking for an Outbreak remake so badly, why would that be? It's probably because at one point, File 2 was revered as one of the better Resident Evils.
There we go. It says it all. We have it. We finally have something to conquer RE1. And again, I find it really difficult to like conquer the legacy sort of thing. But some of these do it. Obviously, we have rankers above it anyway. But this for me is kind of like I don't know, the pedestal by which all Resident Evil games try to accomplish. Every Resident Evil game since the release of this is trying to be better than this. And these ones out here, as good as they were in their own regard, they've all failed in that concept. And so far we've only got 3 that have succeeded. I'm going to open now with another one that I believe wholeheartedly has accomplished that feat like no other. And I'm going to go for the Resident Evil 4 original, which I personally would S rank without hesitation.
Yeah, absolutely zero hesitation.
Yeah. Mr. Tibbs, your thoughts?
Am I opening this one?
Yes, please, if you would.
Now, Resi 4. Oh my lord, what can we say about this game that has not already been said over 1,000 different reviews and millions of kind of let's players and stuff like that? For me, Resi 4 is the reason why I wanted to start a YouTube channel. I have seen let's players like Moomal Komoris, Psychedelic Snake, other sort of big let's players that have kind of let's played this game, and I was like, oh my god, this is the reason why I want to start a YouTube channel, so that I can let's play this game. This is the reason why me and Gemini are so close as friends. Like, I cannot praise this game enough. It done action horror right. I mean, yes, did it step away from survival horror? Of course it did. But at that time, and at the year that it was released, I can't remember. I think it was 2005, 2006, guys.
January 11th, 2005.
2005.
Thank you very much. Yeah, at that time, we were very much in that kind of process of preferring more action over horror sort of thing. Like, the films that were coming out at that point were like sequels to Die Hard and Rocky and stuff like that. So we needed that kind of fix of action, and now we were looking at the video game portrayal of that, and we're like, okay, let's do this with Resident Evil. Now, it spawned 2 other Capcom well-known series in development. It spawned Devil May Cry and Onimusha, which to this day people are still saying remake Onimusha and reboot Devil May Cry.
And Haunting Ground.
Oh yes, and Haunting Ground, which then spawned Clock Tower, a kind of reboot of Clock Tower. So this game just had everything going for it. It had the return of Leon, which was 6 years after the events of RE2. We had the return of Ada. We had a kind of new organism to play with rather than a virus. It was an actual parasite that we then found out was the kind of basis as to why Umbrella made the Nemesis Alpha Parasite, because they wanted to kind of replicate Las Plagas. So the law implications were heavy as well. Yeah, it is a S rank all the way, maybe even S plus plus for me. But yeah, it's right up there.
Yeah, so Mr. Tibbs literally nailed absolutely everything, and it was very well spoken. Shout out to Mr. Tibbs again on his knowledge. That was fantastic. This game right here, if Resident Evil 2 is the magnum opus of the series, this one right here is the one that gave it that gut punch to be like, we're not done yet, folks, right? Like Ken to Ryu. This game right here was revolutionary. This changed the dynamic of third-person over-the-shoulder games that we know and love, such as Dead Space. The Dead Space creators came out crafting at the time. They weren't crafting, they were with EA, and said we needed to make something really intense, really fast-paced, and scary, and taking, you know, a lot of liberties from Resident Evil 4, we made Dead Space. So we could thank Resident Evil 4 for the Dead Space franchise. But Resident Evil 4, having Leon S. Kennedy star in it, going to a village in Spain, trying to find the president's daughter, is, you know, one of the most classic stories possible. It's not the most detailed Resident Evil story, we could all agree here, but the lore implications of the Las Plagas and what everybody was trying to obtain with it is just monumental. This game sprouted the life of Resident Evil fans everywhere, because what it did was survival horror was on the rise, but this brought fans in from everywhere. Not just survival horror. Resident Evil 4 original I played a million times. I do agree with you, Mr. Tibbs. Psychedelic Snake was one of my favorite YouTubers. Not sure where he went, but watching his Wii Edition run, that did it for me when I was a kid as well. And I gotta say, this game, although I don't put it higher than Resident Evil 2 original, and that could definitely be up for debate. It's an S rank, S++ rank, no matter what. It definitely is what we all wanted, and Resident Evil 4 is tremendous. So definitely a very, very high S.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, I couldn't agree more. This, like, if this was anything lower than an S, we'd all be wrong. Like, there's just... This game I've seen is one of the very, very few games, in fact, it might be the only one, or at least it was when I looked, that was ranked as the greatest video game on Earth. As in, like, it was ranked better than anything else in every genre. Like, it stepped outside of the boundaries of what Resident Evil had made possible previously, and it was pivotal in the existence of so many games and the direction other, like, video games took. Like, in the world of gaming, not just Resident Evil, not just survival horror or survival action, but in video games in general. This was an absolute turning point. It set the bar. It was the bar.
I am the hype!
For a lot of people, it still is the bar, given the release of the remake of this exact game just last year. But it was wildly popular, and I could never figure out why, because when I was a kid, when I was young, when it came out in 2005, I was late to the game again, as I often was, because I didn't have a lot of money, didn't buy new consoles when they came out, and often waited for things to lower in price. So when I went into my local game store, and they asked me what kind of games I like, and I said, well, I don't know, I quite like Resident Evil, they said, have you played 4? And I was like, no. And they were like, have you played Red Dead Redemption? I'm like, no. And they were like, these are 2 games you need in your life. And I was like, are they that good? And he was like, Resident Evil 4 is the best game ever made. And I'm like, alright, cool, gotta be worth a shot, right? My God, was he right. He definitely knew his stuff. Because I find it hard to compare. Nearly 20 years later, I find it difficult to compare a game to Resident Evil 4. It's immaculate in every way, and I honestly can't fault it. And the fact that Leon S. Kennedy is the main character, like, he's my, like, go-to. Like, to me, if Leon Kennedy is in it, it's solid gold. So it couldn't have been better for me. Really, really exciting stuff. I wouldn't put it any lower than S. It's right up there. I find it really difficult to combat it with Resident Evil 2, given that Resident Evil 2 was my is the magnum opus, but it is also my personal like starting point for Resident Evil 2 and my introduction to survival horror in general. So I find it hard to put it above that, but I would definitely rank them hand in hand for certain.
Right on. I will second that. It could go above Resident Evil 2 or below it, and it would still be on the same exact playing field, because there's only a few Resident Evils that I have in mind that could even stand toe-to-toe with it looking at it in the eyes. So,
yeah, completely agree. Gentlemen, moving forward, because we could gush about this game for all eternity. So we're still here 25 years after its release, and 20 years after its release, and we could talk at length. And this video is going to be a long one, guys, so I hope you're buckled in. Feel free to grab yourself coffee and popcorn and all the rest. And if you are paying attention, you please feel free to argue with us in the comments, or let us know what you love about these particular games. If there's any that we've ranked too low for your liking, tell us. Let us know about it. You know, you don't have to agree. In fact, we invite you to disagree with us and prove us wrong, because there's a lot of love about this franchise, whether we've ranked it as S or ass. Please let us know what you think in the comments below.
absolutely. And also, we will have timestamps for each individual game, which will make it easier for you to hear a specific point if the video, again, may be too long and you want to start from a certain point and watch through the entire video from a certain point.
Need to watch from the beginning to end.
Watch it from S to ass.
Speaking
Resident Evil, Mercenaries 3D. Speaking of ass.
Yeah, that was just took the words right out of my mouth.
What you were gonna say?
You took it right out of my mouth. Oh man. Now naturally this game is not bad, right? Like, it's Mercenaries for Resident Evil 5, 3D. It was only playable on the 3DS, which means you had to own one. If you didn't, well, you know, take a left and go F yourself. They didn't care. So the only way that you can honestly play this would be to play Mercenaries in Resident Evil 5. Now, in this version, they added a couple new maps, a couple new characters, and made it handheld. So it's not as bad as I'm joking around and saying it is. It's just, this is a mini game through and through. It's an okay mini game. I would put it probably above RE-verse in D, because it was actually a finished product. It is fun to play, but you will get bored of it after probably a month.
Mr. Tibbs.
See, I totally agree. I mean, the fact that they set it in the RE5 Mercenaries and not the RE4 one baffles the mind. Like,
Yep.
if you're gonna expand on the kind of like Mercenaries sort of like mini game, why not do the best one that they've ever kind of introduced?
I agree.
But like Bay says, it is one of them games that is a kind of time killer, that if you've got a 3DS, even to this day, like, you can just pop it in, play it for a few hours, be like, oh cool, I got the high score on Village with Claire, which is amazing. The fact that Claire was in this and Rebecca was in this and Barry was in this. But my thing is that it should have been based in the RE4 Mercenaries, not the RE5 one. So I would keep it at where Base has put it. I would agree wholeheartedly with that.
That's fair, and as would I. I don't have anything to expand on with this one, because although I do love the Mercenaries, you're both exactly right in saying that it is a minigame. It's great for killing some time. There were some challenges in it, like particularly with the RE4 Mercenaries, it was great. RE5 like expanded on that nicely. It was, you know, it was cool, it's a bit of fun, it's not a bad game, but it's a minigame. Like, you could play this, or well, it's a handheld, isn't it? I imagine this is the kind of game I would enjoy for a short period of time on the train, you know, on a journey somewhere, or, you know, just while I'm laying in bed, not doing much of anything else. But it's not something that I'd find particularly immersive, and I wouldn't choose it over any of the others that we've got in this category. It's literally just, I've got a little bit of time here, let's kill it with the Mercenaries, because I don't have time to sit down and play RE4 in its entirety.
I agree with that. I think it's a perfect spot for it. Adding all of the different characters, I second what Mr. Tibbs said, was very well said. RE4 is the best Mercenaries, and they capitalize on that with just the different maps, the music, and the character selection. The character selection in this is fun, but some of the maps are not really that enjoyable. I found myself already being bored of it from playing Resident Evil 5, which was its predecessor by a few years. So it's definitely a fun mini game, but one that's easy to forget.
Agreed. I think if, as a last point on this one before we move on, I feel like something that would add some strength to this title is if they were to do another Mercenaries, I feel like they should add a lot more. Like, it is a minigame, and it'll always have that sort of minigame aesthetic because there won't be a lot of story behind it. But what I feel like they could do is add, like, more characters, more maps, more weapons, more, you know, more enemies and more challenges and things like that. You know, have a trophy list to go along with it. And expand so you can have maps from RE 2, 3, 4, 5, and Code Veronica, for instance. And then characters from all of said games in the same thing. Just give it more replayability value. And then add challenges to go with each of those characters. Give them, like, certain characters are stronger on certain maps and things like that. You know, that way we get to see, you know, how cool would it be if we got Claire Redfield in The Village, or how cool would it be if we got Albert Wesker in the RPD and stuff like that. You know, I just think it would add a little, an extra layer of depth to the game, which could be a lot of fun if you wanted to add some replayability, but I'm absolutely fine with it being exactly where it is for the moment. Moving forward,
Agreed.
Let's go back to basics and look at the original Resident Evil 3 Nemesis.
Oh, man. What a game.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Mr. Tibbs. That laugh says it all. Damn. Mr. Tibbs, open us up, brother.
Oh, RE3 Nemesis. Oh my lord. Now this is how you do a kind of sequel of a sequel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is, when this was announced, my dad was like, oh my god, I've got to get this. Like, this is another one that my father played through, that we kind of spent hours sort of like going through the different alleyways as Jill and stuff like that. And then we meet Nemesis, and he literally put the controller on the table, walked over and pressed the power button. He was done. That was he was like, nope, I have enough for tonight. I'm going to bed. This is not happening right now. We got a monster that was as terrifying as Mr. X or Birkin. We got a monster that could follow you through doors, who could change the music of the sacred save room. Like, if he was in the area and you were in the save room, that save room music weren't playing for you. Like, then we got the kind of aspect of going for the canon ending and Barry save, kind of like the re-emergence of Barry and stuff like that. And then we had Carlos and Mikhail and Nikolai and the kind of destruction of Raccoon City. So I'm going to throw a controversial point out here. This was not a survival horror game. This was an action horror game, because it put you in a situation where a pistol was not enough, where a shotgun was the answer for a solution that should have been a pistol. It gave you a lot more enemies to deal with. It gave you a big bad that was constantly on the run for you to deal with. Yeah, this was the start of when Resident Evil started going action-based for me. But does that take it away from its legendary status? Hell no. It belongs at least in X.
Almost sounded like you said X over there for a second. I was confused. I mean, I don't know how I could top that. This game right here is the reason why we have creatures chasing us in most video games. Setting apart Nemesis from being one of the most revolutionary monsters and villains in a game ever, leaving you with that torment of not knowing who Brad is talking about, not knowing anything about this. We're all gonna die. He's after STARS members. I mean, it truly captivated the minds of a lot of us when we were young, and even at any age. Resident Evil 3 was a very fast-paced game, but still nailed it on the head because it was Jill Valentine's last escape. It was her last opportunity after hiding out inside of Raccoon City to get the hell out of Dodge. This game was also monumental. The trilogy itself is monumental. I think the decision-making aspects in Resident Evil 3 Nemesis were awesome. The Clock Tower battle was phenomenal. Gravedigger boss fight is another wonderful treat. Just everything about this game, especially at the Clock Tower, where you really think you're saved, but nope, and then you still have a lot left of the game. I mean, this game, every time you think you had a moment of reprieve, you were effed. Free From Fear, the save room theme, to me, is tied with the Resident Evil 2 save room theme. I think they both are just unbelievable songs, and their soundtracks and ambience are just par to none. I would put Resident Evil 3 in the S column, personally. I don't even think it belongs in the A column. I think that would be just such a disservice to the game, but the lowest of S's probably.
And I think I would agree. And it's a toughie for me just because while I loved this game, and I mean I loved this game, I feel like it's done a disservice almost by Code Veronica X. There's a lot of controversy saying, well, this should have been 3. And now, like, growing up, I understand that Veronica was supposed to be 3. And with Resident Evil 3 coming out so soon after Resident Evil 2, it might have, like, at the time it was great because I was a kid, but right now it feels like there's a lot they could have done better. But when I discovered this game, like I say, I was hungry as a kid for more Resident Evil 2. Like, nothing could top it. I couldn't find anything that would give me the same kind of rush that Resident Evil 2 did. And at the time, when this video game came out in 1999, I remember I used to stay with a family who used to babysit me and my younger brother. They just used to, babysitting is a strong word because I was like an older kid, and I was like 9 or 10, like going on 10 years old, but I wasn't old enough to be home alone, so we needed somebody to come watch us. And the guys that used to watch us were like 17, 18, they were brothers, and they loved Resident Evil, so that's all we used to do. They'd come over, they'd play Resident Evil, make sure we got something to eat, then my parents would come home from their night out at bingo, or wherever they were going. And one day he came round, and he put a game in, and I said, oh, what are we playing? Resident Evil. And he said, yeah, Resident Evil. I said, which one? 1 or 2? And he went, you'll see. And I sort of froze for a second because the screen didn't open like it normally does, and it's because he had a chipped version of the game, like a hacked version. And he got it like pre-release. I didn't know Resident Evil 3 existed until the title screen loaded up. And I literally was on my feet screaming. I was like, oh my god, this is a real thing. Is it real? Like, I didn't believe that it was a real thing. And he played the game, and we got up to the Nemesis fight, and then everything you guys have discussed from there, the decision-making aspect, the fact that we have a stalker enemy, the fact that he changes the dynamic of the game to a point where it's like, you can't find a safe space from this dude. You have to fight him. Like, he could follow you through doors, he'll break down the walls and stuff like that. There is no, like, trick to it. And it took away all of the security you had, and it just made a fantastic villain. That on top of the fact that it, like, stole away your happy ending, like you said, at the Clock Tower. Not even just Nemesis. Like, Nemesis is the meat and bones of this game, but there was a lot more to love about this as well. Particularly the Gravedigger. I really enjoyed the Gravedigger fight. I thought that was brilliant. The introduction of ice rounds, where you're able to use liquid nitrogen in your grenade launcher to slow things down and stuff. I thought that was a really great concept as well. Just a lot to love and a lot of improvements. I don't think it was better than Resident Evil 2, but I thought it added enough to the franchise without deviating too much from the original formula to justify its position in S rank. I wouldn't have it above 2 or 4, but RE3 Nemesis for me, the original, belongs in S without a shadow of a doubt. Excellent game.
You guys heard a perfect review from Gem. Can't argue any of it. Well said.
No, definitely not.
Then let's get controversial, because we did get a remake, right?
That's what you want to call that?
Did it?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Am I kidding?
No, justify your point. What do you have to say, Brother Bass?
So, coming off the heels of a game that we have not touched on yet, which I won't, obviously touch mostly on, I will just say remakes are supposed to outdo their predecessors. They're supposed to have a lot of what the originals didn't have and more, while divulging a little bit of a better story, maybe making kind of twist to it while using a new engine, bringing it up to speed so that fans of the new age can really enjoy it comparatively to like a lot of us did 20 plus years ago. So, Resident Evil 3. Resident Evil 3 is not on the ground surface a bad game. Where it sits at what it is, if that makes any sense, is it's an okay game. Now, Carlos and Jill, they're actors. They're both fantastic at what they do. Carlos steals the show with his acting. It is unbelievable. Really love Carlos in this game. I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, and honestly, at this point, let's let it happen. Nemesis looks like he's wearing a trash bag, and he has a busted nose. He sucks, and I don't like the way he looks at all in the remake, comparatively to the original. The original, he has that leather outfit on, and I know a lot of people will say, yeah, but, he kind of looks like he has a gothic tone, and I'm like, yeah, but, like, this outfit literally looks like he's literally wearing trash bags attached to, like, a pacemaker. It's not my favorite take of him. The game itself had a lot of parts taken out of it. There is no clock tower. We get to see it in the distance, thank goodness. There's no gravedigger fight. Some of the boss battles, like the final Nemesis battle, which I will not spoil, is definitely one of the worst representations of a boss battle in a Resident Evil, because if you are playing it on a harder difficulty, which I do often, it is not the best. That comes off as very harsh critique, but I will say a few good things about it. The acting is superb. The areas that you do explore, which are very minimal compared to the original, are really well done. Moon's Donuts is a fun place to run through. And, you get to see a lot of, like, cameos from other Capcom games in, like, different lights. I just don't think there was enough exploration comparatively to the original. I am not a big fan of Nemesis's new redesign, and the game to me just kind of feels like a Resident Evil 2 Remake DLC. So I think it belongs in C. Where is to be decided by you, fine gentlemen.
And don't hold back, Bass. Say how you really feel.
I'm sorry. This is one I was waiting for a while. I tried to give it its props.
Open the floodgates right there. Brother Bass, a retort if you would.
Don't you mean Brother Tibbs?
I do mean Brother Tibbs, I'm sorry. But yeah, Brother Tibbs, a better retort if you would. Sorry, I'm still reeling. So brutal. I'm so harsh.
See, for me, I've got a more kind of... See, I can appreciate it for what it tried to do. It does deserve a lot of the hate that it gets, like with the content being cut. But there's a lot of moments where the content weren't cut, but it was moved to a different part of the game, sort of thing. So the kind of where we discuss about the happy ending being torn away from us at the clock tower was now moved to the beginning of the game, where the police helicopter is picking you up from the roof, sort of thing. And then the kind of obviously there's other moments that I can go into. I feel that the boss fight with his final boss is, the music is pretty much note for note the kind of music that you hear in the original, which is amazing. The acting is absolutely brilliant. I think my new favourite character is Remake's version of Mikhail Victor. I think everyone kind of got their kind of shine that they wanted to kind of introduce. I believe that they are the kind of like the people are saying about the taking away of the spiders and taking away of the gravedigger. I think we are going to get those in a Code Veronica remake, because I believe it's time that we're going to get those, because obviously Code Veronica had the Gulpworm boss fight and they had spiders in that, so I believe that they've taken them out for a reason, but I believe that it was rushed. Yeah, so in kind of conclusion, I do get the kind of hate with it, but the kind of lore aspects, because of this new kind of remake timeline that we're going down now, is amazing. And they kind of nailed that lore kind of aspect. And I'm just gonna throw this out there as my own kind of like little canon theory, but doesn't the Nemesis kind of look like a little bit like Billy Cohen? Just saying.
Something worth a bit of consideration. And you guys in the comments section, let us know if you guys have any thoughts or theories or anything obscure knowledge that we might not have covered in this video. Again, these gentlemen, a lot more so than myself, are really like intrinsically linked to the Resident Evil universe, so they will get a lot of this stuff and I won't. So forgive me if I'm stumbling over my words a bit, but there are some things that I talk to at length, particularly with Brother Tibbs, is that he likes to headcanon. He likes to create a storyline that to him makes perfect sense. And you guys might agree or disagree with that, but it's something that I would like to see in video format. So let me know, and let us know, in fact, whether it be on Brother Bass's channel, on my channel, or over at Mr. Tibbs himself. Let us know what you would like to see in that regard, because I think that could be a fun project to work on. Now, as far as my thoughts on Resident Evil 3 Remake go, I might be kind of like meeting in the middle here, because I really enjoyed this game, but I do agree that it felt like an RE2 DLC. I knew that the intention was to replicate what they did back in '99, where Resident Evil 2 came out, and then immediately after, in 1999, Resident Evil 3 came out, to a point where it was almost rushed. And they reused a couple of assets and things like that to make it work. And they did exactly the same thing when Resident Evil 2 came out, and then the following year they released 3 Remake. I know that that was the point, was to sort of give us that nostalgia. So I didn't expect like a world of change or anything, but there were some things that they could have done better. Bass said it perfectly about the actors. Every single actor in this game was phenomenal. They did brilliantly. I loved Mikhail. I absolutely loved Carlos. He was hysterical throughout. They were all just really, really good. And outside of the Nemesis, I did like the Nemesis idea. I get the trash bag thing. I am in some agreement about that, because I don't really think that Nemesis's gothic asset or trash bag aesthetic or anything like that really matched the character. I loved his face. I love his face. The sort of like, you know, melted, stretched, warped kind of like dystopian look that he's got. I really enjoyed what they did with that. But his outfit itself, you know, it was okay. It was like quite kind of cool, but like I see what they were trying to do, but I don't feel like it hit like it was supposed to. I thought the Nemesis's transformations, while a fun concept, you know, they were trying to give him a bit more of a, you know, oh, he fell into the water as he was dying, and therefore because that's what the virus does, right? It adapts to your weaknesses. That's why most of these creatures have lots of eyes. You know, they have lots of eyes and lots of teeth and lots of extra layers, because it adapts to its weaknesses. So if you almost kill a semi-invincible creature and then throw it into the river, it's going to develop something to stop it drowning. That's why when he leaps out of the water, he's got fins and gills and webbed fingers and all the rest of it, which I think was a cool change, but I don't think... I think it was disappointing for the people that expected the tentacle variant, the hentai version of come to know and love from his secondary transformation. I do think the third transformation, like the last boss fight, was an improvement, because I always thought that was the only thing that really let down the original Resident Evil 3. Was Nemesis's last transformation, where he'd gone from this like unhesitant, unyielding stalker with, you know, weapons and tactics and marching power and a presence about him, to being this big slug. It's just like, you know, it didn't really have a lot to it. You know, I thought the Gravedigger was considerably more frightening, and they removed that from the game entirely, which I thought was really disappointing. Again, I know that we got the, you know, they snatched away our freedom, but it did come too early. Like Mr. Tibbs said, and he covered really well, they did leave the aspect of snatching away your freedom in the game, but they had it too early. You know, everyone expected that to happen. But in the original Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, no one expected that to happen. To us, that was the end of the game. We were done. And then all of a sudden, it's like, hell no, you're not done. You have to deal with this big mother effer with a rocket launcher, you know. It didn't impact the same as it would have done if they'd have kept the original storyline.
Yeah.
So I feel like that let it down a little bit. So I do like this game very, very much. The voice acting was S. It was absolute top tier. The hunters in this game, the hunter alphas in the hospital with Carlos's segment, were the best hunters I've ever seen in a Resident Evil game, period. They were excellent, in my opinion. The reptilian, like, amphibious aspect to them, how vicious they were, how unrelenting, how daunting. I found them just as intimidating as I found the Nemesis creature to be. But all the other shortcomings of this game have it falling around a low B, high C for me. What do we think, gents? Where do we want to place this one?
I'd say the lowest of B. Sorry, Mr. Tibbs.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Lowest.
Lowest of B it is. I would agree. We're in agreement there, gentlemen. A good consensus. Moving on. Let's see. Let's go for one of the later ones in the franchise now. Let's look at Village, because we haven't covered too many of the more recent ones, and Village, I feel like, has a lot to discuss and a lot of controversy surrounding it, particularly surrounding this box art, because when I first seen this artwork, I thought Chris was going to be the main character, and while he is a main character, I was clearly mistaken. I feel like I was almost misled by it, but I was misled by a lot of things in this game, especially our big old Lady D, because I was under the impression she was like the main big bad, and taking her out pretty early in the game was rather disappointing to me. I don't feel like it took away from the overall game, but I do feel like a lot of what people were really looking forward to was over pretty quickly, so it was a little bit lackluster. What would you guys say?
Mr. Tibbs, floor is yours.
The Village for me is this may be controversial, but for me, I would put it as a D, because yes, we got Ethan back, and we got the kind of conclusion to kind of that story, but it didn't hit as well as what 7 did. Like, because of the fact I believe that they were working on Remake, like the Resident Evil 4 remake. I believe that things that they could have done and should have done were left on the cutting room floor. And I believe that the kind of best section in this game doesn't collude with the best kind of main villain in this game. So for me, the best section in the game is the House Beneviento.
Agreed.
In the game is Heisenberg. By a country mile, this guy does have potential. I wish for all of my heart and soul that they didn't kill him off in this game, because holy crap, does this guy have kind of like main villain potential. But I'm just, like I said, for me, it is a very kind of disappointing end to Ethan's story. I kind of like won't go into spoilers on what happens, but everything that I kind of went through with 7, and the highest that I went through with 7 was then let down with the ending of 8 for me. And for me, I will put it in a very kind of like high D, but very low C.
Yeah. What are your thoughts then, Mr. Bass? Would you agree with Mr. Tibbs, or
I would agree with Mr. Tibbs on certain aspects, but I actually didn't dislike Village, weirdly enough. I like the dungeon aspect of this game to where you go to set places and then you always return to the village. I think that was a really cool test of like a little bit of an open world-esque type of thing. I will agree with what you said about Lady D. The way that they built her up in every single trailer, and you too, Jem, saying it, was a massive letdown to her character, which she was played by a phenomenal actress and she was a tremendous villain. She did not live up to the hype due to the storytelling. I think that the storytelling sums it up like this. If Resident Evil 7 was an alley-oop in a Game 7, this would literally be an airball. I think that it misses the mark in regards to storytelling. Of course, I'm a huge fan, which I know people will disagree with me on. I love Ethan Winters, and I think that he is awesome. The box art, yes, I do agree with Jem. It gives off the wrong vibes. I have no problem with them trying out new monsters like lichens and different creepy creatures. House Beneviento is my favorite part of the game, but there's just something about this game, which I do know why, because in Japan, the Japanese public thought that Resident Evil 7 was too violent and scary, that they actually toned it down. That's actually proven. You could look it up. And that's a big reason why Village is a lot different than 7. For me, this game, it's an airball. It's not bad at all. It has a lot of really cool points. I do like the Duke. I think the Duke is probably my favorite character, aside from Heisenberg. I didn't like the buildup of the actual main big bad, because like she just really didn't feel like anything that, you meet all of these like almost like 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, if we're going to call it like that. They're not even the main bad people. One thing I will give this game credit on, which is a massive S for me, is its story lore and how it connects with the originals. Absolutely superb. And also, seeing Chris Redfield is never a bad thing. This to me goes in probably middle C to second to first of the C's, probably either in between RE Survivor and Outbreak, or it would be below RE Survivor and above RE0 for me. But that's just my take.
Nice. What are your thoughts, Mr. Tibbs?
I mean, what Brother Bay said there about the kind of storytelling is amazing. I will all like the lore aspects. If we were going to rank the lore of each game, this would be really high up there. The fact that kind of Oswald E. Spencer, who was the founder of Umbrella, went to Miranda in like the 40s and 50s and were like, okay, this is what I want to work on. I kind of need your help with it. I need you. And he was like, actually, I don't want to go down the parasitic route for my evolution. I want to go down a viral route, sort of thing. That kind of led him to Africa, and finding the kind of progenitor virus with everyone else is amazing. Like, that is incredible storytelling to anyone's standard. But like they said, it is a kind of airball. They kind of hit a lot but then miss a lot. And for me, the perfect sum up for it is what I read the other day, and it was a Resi 4 remake beta. It was like all the ideas of having the attaché case back, the merchant back, kind of like having different guns that you can kind of build around back and stuff like that. I think they were kind of implementing to kind of see how people react, so that when RE4 remake come out, they're like, oh, we've had this system before, this is brilliant, okay, I can deal with this. But in terms of an overall game, I would totally agree with Base.
Yeah.
I like this game a lot. And I like what you guys have had to say, because it's put a lot into perspective that I hadn't considered up until this conversation. Listening to what you've both said, particularly you just then, Mr. Tibbs, is I'd never really considered that this was the prerequisite to RE4 Remake, because a lot of what I loved about Resident Evil Village was the fact that it eluded a lot to the original RE4. Again, with the attaché case, the items that you can pick up and upgrade, the merchant being a thing, the variety in the bosses, you know, like obviously you had you had Lady D, and then you had Moreau, and then you had Heisenberg, very much like in the in RE4 original, you had Chief Mendez in the village, then what's his name? Not Sadler. Why does his name escape me? No. The Mr. Kennedy.
Salazar.
Salazar. For some reason, I thought you were talking about Village.
Oh no! Like you have Chief Mendez in the main area of RE4's village. Then you move into the castle with Salazar, and then you go to the island. You have Krauser. It give off a lot of original RE4 vibes. So the gameplay chronologically worked for me. The system with the environments, the bosses, the items. The Duke was amazing. The Duke is my favorite character as well.
Yeah.
He was excellent, absolutely excellent, really, really good. And I did like the idea of them exploring a new concept with regard to the monsters, because it sort of it explored a concept that we haven't yet, or we hadn't until then with Resident Evil. You know, when you think of original like 90s, 80s style monsters, vampires, werewolves, gillmen, gargoyles, ghosts, and that sort of thing, and all of that was made manifest in this, and it gave a very like old school versus new school vibe. I really, really enjoyed that concept, and it made the game thoroughly enjoyable to me. I really, really liked Village in a lot of ways. I will say that the only thing I feel like that let it down was the fact that we were a little bit misled, and there were some things that could have been, touched up or made slightly better. But for me, I think it ranks pretty highly on my list. I would probably put Village in a reasonably high B, but I have to take into account what you guys said as well and match it. So what would we think of a low B, high C for Village?
I'd be fine with the highest of C. It definitely, in the category of C, to me, passes all of them. So yeah, I'm totally good with a really high C, where it could definitely border into low B.
Yeah, definitely
Mr.
high.
Tibbs? The highest C it is then. I think we'll sit there on Village, because that's like a nice one. I feel there's a lot of love about it, but you have to take some things in that I'm kind of blind to. But that's because it hit a lot of the right areas for me. But I think Mr. Tibbs summed up exactly why. I would have argued with you guys a lot more fervently on this point and asked for it to be in a higher B if Mr. Tibbs hadn't just made a valuable point about it being Resident Evil 4's predecessor. Or at least Resident Evil 4 Remake's predecessor, because now that I have that comparison to draw from, I'm able to recognise that fact and see exactly what they were trying to do and why this game appeals to me so much. So I appreciate that input there, gents.
Right on. Yeah, I always got that
Forwards.
vibe. No, you're all good. I always got that vibe of that game too, that it was kind of like a testing ground for RE4 Remake, since RE4 Remake was rumored to be the next one. I mean, it laid out in a village. This one was in Romania though, and they were kind of testing the different assets and like how they could use it. So that was a good find, Mr. Tibbs.
Yeah. Funnily enough, there was a lot of, and I thought of this before I read any of the rumours, but when the title Village was first released, and they released a couple of screenshots of, like, the work they've been doing on the environments, I suspected that it would tie into Resident Evil 4 in one way or another, but I figured it would be a lot deeper, as in, it takes place in the same village that RE4 did, but, like, maybe years before. So, like, we would get to experience the outbreak in the village, when Mendez first introduced Lord Sadler to the village, and we got to see how Las Plagas was uncovered and stuff, like the story before Leon got there and how the village came to be. I thought that's the way they were going. I'm glad they didn't, because, like, knowing that they were releasing RE4 Remake straight afterwards, I think it would have been a bit too linear for Resident Evil, but that was what I got in the first place. Anyway, Let's move on to something that I feel like you will be able to talk about at length, and it will give some valuable insights to there, Brother Bass. The Resident Evil 1 remake.
Oh, man. So, my favorite Resident Evil game of all time, and quite frankly, my favorite video game of all time, up there with Metal Gear Solid 1. This game redefined what we already had redefined. Before we had Resident Evil 2 Remake and some of the newer games with engines that could pump out anything you could imagine, this game did it for me. By Shinji Mikami basically being unhappy with 96 as much as he liked it, his true envisionment was what the remake had to offer. And what the Nintendo GameCube was able to pump out, and then later on the PS4 and the PC, really took into account just how strong some of these zombies are. The Spencer Mansion just being so unbelievably beautiful yet eerie and terrifying. The sinister plot that lays in between like Barry and even Captain Wesker. I mean, it really nailed, and it added so many new areas to the game. Right underneath the stairs in the original version, we had nothing. In this one, we press on the door, we hear a woman like moaning in pain, and let me tell you something, that power button didn't turn off quick enough. I was terrified. And I personally think that Resident Evil 1, whether you play as Jill or Chris, is a treat. It is by far one of the most impressive feats for a remake before remakes were actually a thing. That may have been one of the first remakes that was actually successful in any way. It was, with the difficulty settings of real survival, which they originally intended the game to be, where item boxes were not linked. They gave you that option of playing on a really hard difficulty. Like I said, they added a lot of detail to every area. The voice acting was like night and day. Although the original is funny as hell, we needed some seriousness in a very serious game. I mean, this was the origin of where, the outbreak of Raccoon City came from. And I think just the feeling of like dread and the save room, the safe haven theme is just so beautiful that you could end up sitting in there for an hour just relaxing, studying, doing whatever you need to do. This game for me is the best Resident Evil game to date, and this would go above everything for me. But we do have two fine gentlemen in this call right now that have something to say about it. This absolutely belongs in S. I think it belongs at the top, but depending on what everybody else thinks, it's subject to change.
Well then, Mr. Tibbs, some valuable input there from Brother Bass, but obviously slightly biased given that this is his favourite game in the franchise of all time. You and I may disagree. I'll let you take the floor if you'd be so kind, Mr. Tibbs.
This is how you do a remake. This is the standard of what I look at Resident Evil remakes from now on. Even Resident Evil 2 remake and 4 remake and 3 remake do not hold a candle to this. This is survival horror done right.
Well said.
Me, this is how Resident Evil 2 remake should have been made. It should have given us the fixed camera angles. It should have given us that kind of sense of dread of going through Raccoon City and the RPD and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, Resident Evil 2 remake still hits a lot of areas, but for me, the fact that we got no Crimson Heads, we got like no sort of kind of connection back to the mansion incident at all in RE2 remake, when it was only a few months afterwards. It just, like I said, for me, this is one of the greatest remakes of all time. The fact that we got Chris and Jill in their respective scenarios going through and doing what you need to do and kind of facing the monsters. Plant 42, the Tyrant, the introduction of the Hunters, dogs, crows, Yawn, everything. The puzzles.
Yawn.
Yawn.
Honestly, guys, I could not sing this game's praise enough. The reason why I sing this game's praise enough is that I have logged 1,300 hours into it on the PS4 version. I think
I have hours like that too. Damn.
I have platinumed it so many times and so many different consoles. I mean, if they were to say, oh, by the way, the next kind of reveal is going to be another HD remaster of Resident Evil 1, I'd be like, okay, take my money. Oh, what, you want 90 quid for it? Yep. Yeah. Are you going to add any DLC? I'll still pay the 90 quid.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, and
Like,
just to piggyback real quick, Mr. Tibbs, I mean, that was a masterful review. I totally forgot to mention just some of the monsters that you laid the foundation for. The Crimson Head was so important to this game because it was the evolution of what turned into a liquor that we saw in Resident Evil 2. It is such an important bridging of the gap between a zombie and a liquor, and they brought upon monsters, as you said, redefining Plant 42. The hunters are nothing to joke around about. One slice and you're done. I mean, Yawn, I don't want to talk about, but Yawn is just one of my arch enemies in any run I do. But I do agree with Mr. Tibbs. You make sure, even if you stick with the third person over the shoulder, that this remake is good, and I will hand you whatever money you need. Give me the price tag.
yeah, it deserves the highest of S's for this.
And gentlemen, I think it's pretty much firmly established that this is going to be an S ranking game. Now, whereabouts, I suppose, kind of depends on me, because you guys would have it right at the top, right? And I agree with everything you guys have said. This is a remake done right. It's a significant improvement on the original, as is expected to be. It kept all of the right concepts. It lost the right concepts. The character development was there. The only thing for me, and it's a bias, so I'm not going to move it because this is a bias for me. You guys said that this is how they should have done the RE2 remake. I disagree. I feel like if they were going to give us something like that, they should have given us a mod. And I'm sure this mod exists by now. Because,
it does.
It does, yeah. I thought I'd seen you cover it, Base, actually. The Resident Evil 2 mod, you can play it with fixed camera angles, and it gives off the original video game design. And I feel like that's what it was, but I feel like that's what it could have had. It could have been a DLC, it could have been an extra...
I agree with that.
That you could unlock. But I don't feel like it should have been the way it was made intentionally to make the game better. I feel like it should be an option, absolutely. Yes. There's a lot of things I feel like should be options. Like an optional decreaser, an option to have auto-aim, for instance. In the original RE2, you can have Type A controls, Type B or Type C. Type C gives you auto-aim by default, but it's an option. It's something that people would have liked, but it wasn't mandatory. But it did improve the game significantly for people, younger players like myself in particular, well, like all of us, who played it as children because we were badasses. But I don't feel like that was a necessity to make it great. I feel like it was great anyway. I feel like RE2 Remake was great anyway, regardless of that and the way it went. But I don't feel like I have enough experience with this game because I haven't touched it. I've played it for a few hours. I probably have probably 50 hours racked up on this particular one. You guys have over 1,000 hours, and you're singing its praises to the S rank. And I feel like if I'd have maybe played this one earlier. So I played this after the RE2 remake as well, whereas you guys will have played this way earlier on, so you'll have a lot more respect for it and view it in a more nostalgic light, as I'm sure your audience will as well. So I'm going to leave it right where it is. I feel like you guys have hit the nail on the head, and I couldn't add more to that would change its value. Top rank S. Let's move on.
I do agree. One thing I will say is I totally agree with what you said, and also what Mr. Tibbs said. I wish the RE2 remake gave a little bit more insight into the events of the Spencer Mansion incident, but I also do agree on the camera. I do think that it should have just been a mode. I mean, if Final Fantasy VII Remake could let you either play as a hack and slash or a turn-based game, there is no reason we shouldn't have a change in camera angles. I didn't mind the third person at all, but I do agree that it should have had a fixed option.
Well said. Well said. All right, something lesser known now, because we talked a little bit about the modern ones and some of the more popular releases. Let's go back to Resident Evil Survivor, but this time, Resident Evil Survivor 2. Now, you guys may be surprised to hear, after I spent an hour gushing about RE Survivor earlier, I have not played Survivor 2. Have you guys played this one in its entirety?
Yes, and you are better off living your life without it. Mr. Tibbs, could I lead with this one?
Yeah, of course. I'll follow.
So, honestly, Gun Survivor 2 is a very arcadey version of this game. If you threw this in a Dave & Buster's or any of your local arcades, it would fit just nice. On a console, it's very weak and very short. You could probably no save, no damage this game, even the average fan, if you played it just a few times. And that's not taking away from anybody's skill. That's basically just saying that the game's difficulty and also what you have to do is not very long and also not very tedious. It plays a lot like an arcadey first-person light gun shooter, to where you have to kill enemies, you rack up bonus points, and you move on to the next stage. It is also about an hour and 10 minutes long, from what I remember, and it is not the best. I would probably put it right in D, along with the other minigame spin-offs, probably in the middle, between RE-verse and Mercenaries, only because it is a finished product. RE-verse really never got to its full mantle because it stopped getting updated, and a lot of people would play Mercenaries more over Gun Survivor 2. Another thing that kills Gun Survivor 2, it never came to the States, so we never actually had it to play. You needed to play a Japanese version.
Interesting.
So for me, I would agree, because it's basically, it sets it up that it is at the end anyway, it sets it up that it is a dream sequence that Claire is going through whilst on Rockfort Island, sort of thing. Like at the end of Rockfort Island, when she's asleep on the plane, you know that she's asleep.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
That is when these events are meant to be taking place, in her dreams, sort of thing, when she's asleep on the plane going to Antarctica. So I like that kind of aspect, that they kind of tie it back to that moment. But everything you said, Base, is totally true. It is a kind of arcadey kind of game, that is very much a time waster.
Mm-hmm.
It has a cool little throwback to Nemesis as well, because if you take too long on a stage, Nemesis will come out and kind of try and kill you, and he is like invulnerable to any sort of damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, it belongs literally in D.
Yeah.
Me.
Totally agree. Well said.
Fair enough.
I forgot about
And
the
again,
dream.
And again, I don't want to expand too much on a game that I haven't really had the pleasure of playing, because although I really liked the concept of this, by the time I knew this existed, we had a lot more within the Resident Evil universe for me to explore. Because again, the lore and the canon is more valuable to me than the gameplay itself. So I don't mind too much if a game plays badly, as long as there's something to learn and something to see. I'm a very visual kind of person, so I could just as happily watch yourselves. That's actually why I'm massive fans of both yourself, Mr. Tibbs, and of yourself, Notorious Bass. I love watching you guys play just as much, if not more, than I enjoy physically playing these games myself, because sometimes I can learn more and I can enjoy more when I get to witness it, rather than if I have to concentrate on stuff. Something I was curious about is, was the light gun an option with RE Survivor 2, or could you not get it to work with this one either?
That I don't know, because we never had the opportunity to play it out here, but I don't know if you guys got it over in the PAL region, so that's a question from Mr. Tibbs.
Well, I have only played it on my emulator, and so obviously I only played it on controller. But I believe from what I've read, people kind of had the same sort of experience with Gun Survivor 2 as what they had with normal Survivor, is because where it's not a traditional sort of light game, it was a case that it didn't work properly with a normal sort of GCOM 45 light gun sort of thing. So I believe that they did have to use controllers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Interesting. Something else that I've found, I've just happened across this because again I don't know this game all that well, so I thought it would be fun to have a look at this. I don't know if you guys realize this, but Capcom released a Gun Survivor 2 Biohazard Code Veronica in arcades with light guns. And it's basically the same setup as you had with the House of the Dead arcades, you know, where you're holding the gun and you're standing in front of the screen in an arcade where you would go, you know, down to the amusements and you would play them.
Right.
And it's just like that. I'm gonna have to send you guys a picture of this. I will put a photo. I'll put a picture up on the screen as well for our audience to see this too, because it's really cool and interesting. But yeah, that's something I didn't realize. So maybe you can get the light gun to work with this one, but none of us really had the opportunity to do so. So I feel like, yeah, sticking it down in the minigame section down at D is about appropriate. And if we're all in agreement, we can move forward.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that was their best answer to House of the Dead, and it still fell short.
Yeah, it's a shame. You know, they tried. They could probably do something better now. But I feel like what they would have to do is essentially just straight rip from House of the Dead, as in not have to control it. You would take away a lot of what makes Resident Evil, because you wouldn't be like in control of your character. You'd just be a case of like shooting everything that comes onto screen. You know, don't shoot the survivors, but actually try to shoot the monsters, and then you get your boss fights with health bars, and it could be a really cool concept, but it wouldn't feel like Resident Evil. It'd be House of the Dead with Resident Evil assets.
Yeah, totally agreement.
Awesome. What are our thoughts then, gentlemen, on the Darkside Chronicles?
Ooh, the Darkside Chronicles. I personally, Mr. Tibbs, did you want to go first, or do you mind me?
I was going to say, do you mind if I go?
Go right ahead.
Because I've got a lot to say about this duology that we're kind of going to touch on. So, Darkside for me was amazing. For me, it kind of brought the kind of lore from Code Veronica onto a light gun game sort of thing. Whereas everything that I wanted a light gun game to kind of play as for Resident Evil. We've had at this point, we've had Gun Survivor, Gun Survivor 2, Dead Aim, and kind of everything sort of like missed their mark with a kind of light gun game to it. But this was how to do a light gun game right. The fact that it kind of not only had its own story, but recapped the events of Resi 2 and Code Veronica as you were going through. It was a really fun game, and I really enjoyed it. I could only ever get the bad ending because I could never get the good enough ranks to kind of upgrade my gun's firepower properly. But no, I thoroughly enjoyed this, and I would put it genuinely at a very, very low B.
Ooh.
Mr. Tibbs. Sorry, Jim.
No.
Mr. Tibbs, I humbly agree. I absolutely adore Darkside Chronicles. Can't say the same about Umbrella Chronicles, but this game right here, the lore implications, the amount of fun it is with the movement of the characters. This was technically the first remakes of RE2, where you got to kind of go back into Racoon City with Claire and Leon, you know, and then also see a section of Code Veronica. And I believe you also got to see in this game, if I'm not mistaken, which I could be, but I don't think I am, Leon and Krauser and their story, which is absolutely massive to the game leading up to RE4. And it was a lot of untold parts that people didn't understand why Krauser and Leon, you know, knew each other or from where, but you find out that, you know, Krauser was in charge of the mission that they were sent on to, I believe it was South America. And man, oh man, this game just, I can't say enough good things about it. It was definitely one of Wii's strongest games, the Nintendo Wii. I personally love it. I think right where it is right where it should stay.
I think I'd be inclined to agree, because this game is essentially what I was talking about Survivor and Survivor 2 lacked. The on-rails mechanic made these kind of games what they were supposed to be, and I think the fact that you couldn't use the light gun was often because you had to be in control of the character, whereas this on-rails mechanic that they had going on in Darkside Chronicles made the playability a lot more fun, a lot more fast-paced, a lot more House of the Dead, as it were. And the fact that it takes place like 2 years, I think it's about 2 years before the events of RE4, it does serve to explain a lot of like the relationship between Leon and Krauser, and you know, how it came to be, the fact that he was like, maybe he was supposed to be dead, was he not, what happened. It explains a lot of the lore. The implications of the lore are very valuable in this one, but the gameplay is what they were trying to do, or what they should have done more like. This is what they should have done with Survivor and Survivor 2. To make the gameplay a bit more enjoyable, I think. I think this is what they wanted, or at least what they were aiming for, but they didn't want an on-rails shooter, because that would have literally just been House of the Dead at the time. But Darkside Chronicles coming out later on, I think it was about, what's 2008 or 9? Sure, it was 9. Yeah, but it was like that, like, kind of area, so it did a really good job with that, and it was so like far removed from when the original House of the Dead games came out that it didn't feel like it was stepping on anyone's toes by this point either. So it added a lot of value to the franchise, and of course introducing featuring characters like Leon is always going to put it up the ranks for me. Like, a game could be ass, but the fact that Leon is in it would make it automatically higher for me, just because he's my favourite character, but we're trying not to be biased in this. But I'm going to agree with you guys. I think it should be in the B category. I'd probably have it right about where it is. In fact, yeah, it's not quite Remake, it's not quite original, like OG Resident Evil, but it's definitely up there. It's, like, hands down the best first-person shooter of its time for me. I don't feel like it was better than Village, but that might just, again, be me leaning more towards the visual learner bias, like the graphics and everything, the upscaled version. Obviously, Village is going to outperform practically everything on this list because it's the second most modern. So I can't really factor that in. But if I'm talking strictly about the game's enjoyability and its legacy and its impact on the lore, then yeah, it deserves to be right where it is.
Well said.
Then we'll move forwards onto a different one that, again, I don't have a lot of promise in. I haven't played Revelations before, or at least if I did, it was very brief. Like, I downloaded it on like my PS3 in like part of a bundle deal, and I played it for a short period but didn't really get into it. But I feel like you guys will have more to say about this one than I will, and then we'll move on to one that I can talk about at length.
So, you mind if I go, Mr. Tibbs?
Yeah. Go ahead, brother Boast.
So, honestly, this game, the episodic telling of it, I don't like episodic telling of video games. It really stops the immersion for me, and like having to wait for new chapters, which they also did in Revelations 2, like beat it down to like a pulp. I like the gameplay mechanics. I like the way it moves. I kind of like the story, but I'm also not sold on it because it's Terra Grigia, and a lot of those other places in this game are just kind of replicas of what happened in Raccoon City. You know, the bio mutants and the bio creatures, you know, the BOWs, they break out and everything goes to shit. You know, you hone in on a couple of different characters. Obviously, Jill and Chris main the helm, with their secondary characters being, I can't remember both of their names, but, you know, they weren't really memorable enough for me to remember. That's pretty sad. But honestly, Resident Evil Revelations, I like its gameplay, but I don't like its story. So for me, this game would probably be the highest of D's, lowest of C's.
Well,
What do you... Sorry.
I will agree with you on the ranking, but for totally different reasons.
That's fair.
So when you say that you like the way that it controls and stuff like that, for me, I tried to do a series on my YouTube, a let's play of it, and I just couldn't. The camera controlled weird. The monsters were too kind of sponge heavy, like even on the easiest difficulties, like the monsters were taking like 15 bullets
Right.
before they were being put down. The story for me was okay. I'm kind of in the same sort of thing as you, where it was a case of that it was because of where it was Terra Grigia and like another city. I was just like, oh well, here's another Raccoon City ripoff sort of thing. But
Yeah.
for me, the disappointment came because when it was first announced, the first trailer kind of shows Chris kind of being a bad guy, sort of thing, and I was like, oh my god, like they've actually they're gonna turn Chris, like what? Why are they turning Chris?
Right.
Sort of thing. That never happens, and so for me, it was a case of it was a lot of expectation that kind of never happened.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of in the same sort of thing as you, where it's wasted potential for me. So I would definitely put it in a D rank.
Just two quick things before Jem says his fantastic piece. My experience was probably different because I did use keyboard and mouse, so it made it a little bit more user friendly. And just to touch on, what was the last thing you just stated regarding Revelations?
With the first ever trailer that they released.
Oh, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort
So what they did by that trailer, I think they captured in Village a lot better. I think what they were going for with wondering if Chris was actually a bad guy or not, especially from the opening of Village, did it in for me, and that was fantastic. If we're going to make Chris look like a villain, we really need to make him look like a villain. This game just showed us one trailer that made it happen, and then it was like, yeah, I don't know what you guys thought, but he is not the villain, he's a superhero. I definitely do agree with that.
Yeah, so yeah, for me, Revelations deserves a D rank for me.
Yeah, the highest a D for me. Jem?
Yeah, and I would agree because, again, I don't have a lot to offer with regard to this game on account of I haven't played it, but knowing, like, listening to what you guys have to say and then doing a slight bit of research here myself and stuff, having Chris Redfield, like, that lean into what, is he the bad guy, is he not, I definitely feel like they achieved that very, very well in Resident Evil Village, to a point where I was, like, convinced that we were going to see Chris transform. You know, I thought we were going to see a serious villain arc in Chris Redfield. With the Revelations one, I was kind of like, you know, I knew they were baiting us. Basically, I knew that it wasn't really going to be a thing. I knew it was just like, nah, what's really going on here? Come on, guys. But Village sold it a lot better for me. The episodic kind of stylization of it, again, I completely agree with what Brother Bass said about it killing the immersion. It's like just as you start to get into something, and then it just like takes it away, and then it's like different scenario, different character, something you're not familiar with, and you kind of factory reset, and it's like playing several different games.
Yeah.
And I find it hard to get immersed in handheld anyway. I know that you guys will have played this on your computers most likely, or on an emulator of some description, rather than playing it as intended on the handheld. And I would do that too, but just because I prefer to play things on my, you know, with the big screen and set with the immersion and my headphones on, rather than just playing it handheld. I just don't think I could really get immersed in the atmosphere of a game like Revelations, especially not when I have the option to do it with a game like Village now. Maybe back in the day when it came out, sure. But like with modern games that are available, I'd just choose the latter.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more, man.
So let's move on to a different one that's kind of an expansion on that in a sense. Let's see where we covered Revelation. Well, we'll go to Revelations 2 and see, because we talked earlier about how Resident Evil 2 was an improvement on 1 and File 1 was an improvement on File 2 with Outbreak and such. So as far as Revelations goes, did 2 do it better or not, in your opinion?
I think based on storytelling, it definitely did. I think playing as Claire again, you never could have too much of that. The one thing I really did not like about this game was the secondary character didn't help you for shit. It was more of like, oh, I'll shine a flashlight just to show you where an item is. I thought that was really like, it didn't help me when I'm trying to fight a boss that's literally got like a cauldron in its hand throwing flames at my skull. It was definitely, I gotta say, I do like the innovation of some of the monsters and villains in this game. The twist on who the bad guy is definitely really appreciated. Really like the story of this one. Just didn't really like the gameplay. I actually, I think it's much better than Revelations, but it still lacks in the Resident Evil department of some of the higher ups. Again, the episodic just kills me, and having to pay for it separately, really just grinds my gears. But this game right here definitely probably deserves to be, I would probably say in between, this is a tough one. I would probably say actually right where you have it. I know I feel like I keep saying right where you have stuff is right where it should be, but this one actually falls to where it definitely is not a bad game, and it's definitely better than its predecessor on pretty much all the milestones to me. I just didn't like the secondary character really not doing much for you. I don't like the bullet sponge aspect that Mr. Tibbs said. They decided in Resident Evil Revelations 2, hey, you don't like bullet sponges? We're going to make them even spongier. So that's definitely something I don't like, is when you have to exhaust all of your ammo on one singular monster. Again, and some of like the zombie-esque monsters didn't really feel like them. They felt more like an RE5 clone. But yeah, I would say lowest of C's.
Yeah. That's, yeah, Tibbs, sorry, I'll let you go first, Brother Tibbs, because you'll have more valuable insight to this than I do.
So, Base, I'm sorry, I'm coming out swinging for this one. This one for me should be a very low A, because I absolutely adore Revelations 2. This for me, when they say that 7 saved the series, this one saved the series for me.
Wow.
It brought back horror. It brought back the kind of it kind of teased the kind of RPG aspects of like outbreaks, that you could kind of put parts onto your weapons and kind of like enhance your weapons even further, which was great, which is what I wanted from Outbreak, rather than just characters that had special kind of like abilities. I'd rather have them sort of like that you could upgrade their weapons, sort of thing. The episodic thing did kind of get me down a little bit, because when I played it, they released episode 1 for free as like a kind of like a trial run sort of thing. So I downloaded episode 1 thinking it's going to have the full game, because all they said was, oh, Revelations 2 free. So I was like, oh, this is great, a free Resident Evil game to play. And then they were like, oh yes, pay $8.99 for the season pass to get everything else. But I think for me, what puts it higher as well is the raid mode. The raid mode is
Oh yes, the raid mode is great.
A brilliant expansion of what the Resident Evil 4 Mercenaries should have been, sort of thing. It gives you that kind of like a looter shooter kind of loop gameplay mechanic, that you go into missions, you kind of got to find parts for the guns, you've got to kill all the enemies, and you've got to do it at certain levels to get all the medals and stuff like that. So for me, it is a case of seeing it as I'm going to try and compromise with you, I'd put it at a low B rather than an A. But yeah, I think that's what I put it as.
Nice. then that's fair, because if you're having it at a low B, I feel like that gives us a nice kind of middle ground to work with, because again, with me not having such a valuable input on this game, I have to take into consideration what you guys have said versus what I've been able to find. I do think the variety of characters and monsters do help this one. I think the main aspect that I have to consider when ranking this is, does it improve significantly on the original? I feel like the fact that it maintains its like episodic kind of aesthetic does sort of, it doesn't help it necessarily. I think it would have been an improvement. I know that's the idea of the game. It's an expansion of Revelations and such, but so that's all good and well. But I do feel like it added enough to justify ranking Revelations 2 higher, and again following the trend of Resident Evil being able to significantly improve from versions 1 to version 2 in the same lineage, the same as we talked about with Resident Evil 2 versus 1 and File 1 versus File 2. So would you guys be in agreement if I put this kind of, but what about this low C here? Or do you think it ranks above anything else we have in C?
Maybe. Hang on, what we got? One sec. Zero, Survivor. Oh, it's hard.
We could put it like right before Village if you want, or above Village, ever so slightly, just out of respect for Mr. Tibbs and his love for the game. I just don't think, again, not saying my opinion is correct, it definitely very well could be an A rank, trust me. It's all up to interpretation. For me, this game sits in the C, maybe the lowest of B column, but that's only my personal experience, so I don't want the numbering to be based off of me.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'd out of respect for my fellow brothers, I'd keep it as is. But,
as is.
Yeah, for me, it's a brilliant game, but yeah, I'd rather us not sort of like sit on it all night, sort of thing.
We could put it in middle. We could put it in middle C if you want. I feel like middle ground between like what Survivor and Zero is compared to like Outbreak and Village. It bridges the gaps of like what we're talking about here.
That's a good call. I was going to say something like that, actually. I just found it hard because of my love for Survivor, but I would agree, because like if we're talking about improvements, like there are significant graphical improvements from RE2 Revelations to Survivor, and granted that could be a time scale thing, but even just judging from a gameplay perspective, Revelations does definitely hold an advantage over Survivor as far as mechanics go, voice acting, music and compatibility, all the rest of it. I do think that this is a good positioning for it. I'd find it very difficult to rank it above Village, though.
Yeah, for me too.
No.
All right then, gentlemen. In that case, I think we can move on to another one, and I'll talk about one that I could have a lot more say in. Let's move on to Resident Evil 2 Remake.
I'm going to be the last to talk on this one because I feel like you both are, and I'm extremely passionate about this one. I mean, you guys have, and shout out to all the fans that do enjoy my videos. I've done a lot of work on this game, so I definitely want to speak last. Jem, the floor is all yours for this one.
In that case, oh, sorry, Tibbs, go on.
Jem, you lead, I'll follow. Base, you finish.
Got it. Then, again, very, very passionate about this one because, like I say, Resident Evil 2 was not only the magnum opus as far as I'm concerned, but it was also my first experience of the game, my first experience of survival horror, and my #1 game for the better part of a decade. When they announced that they were re-releasing this, like remaking Resident Evil 2 with today's modern graphics, or at least what was considered modern in 2018, it was a dream come true for me. Like, edge of my seat, couldn't stop watching the trailer, would follow it like in and out to make sure I definitely wasn't going to miss the release. Everything that came out regarding this game, I'd look for all the leaks and everything. I was so enthusiastic about this game, and I was desperate to a point of, like, when I was playing it, I took so long on my first playthrough. Not even necessarily because I sucked at the game, because I wasn't bad at it, because a lot of the time I knew what to expect. Like, viewers that were watching me play this game for the first time over on my channel were sort of like, you know, you seem like you've played before. And it's because I technically had in 1998. You know, I knew a lot of what to expect and everything because they kept a lot of the wonderful things that we'd come to expect in. They did change some concepts, but like the monsters and the methods behind killing them, the like where you find certain items and interactions between characters, iconic lines. The voice acting was phenomenal. They kept some of the best lines in, you know, the interactions between the characters. They didn't change too much. If anything, I'd say they improved them significantly. Monster designs, they didn't change so drastically that it was unrecognizable. The stuff that was removed, I was disappointed with, but I could see was justified. Like taking the spiders out of the sewers was definitely a negative for me, but replacing them with the G, like the adult Gs, was really cool because then you got to explore some of like that concept, and it made a bit more sense than having the adult G as a boss, and it bridged the gap very much like I wish they did with the Crimson Head and the Licker. I do feel like that would have had a place in this game. Voice acting was ridiculous. The music, like the original soundtrack for this game, built off of the original so well that I will literally listen to it unironically in my free time. You know, if I'm studying, or if I'm writing a script, or, you know, even just relaxing, I will just put on the Safe Room theme and I will listen to that day in and day out. I think it's brilliant. They hit all the marks with this, and the fan service in this game was so good. Something that I like to do, particularly in the original, was I would just walk around the environments and like look at stuff, you know, try and read the posters and see the cameos and stuff. You know, like Burger Kong, and the change in the Coca-Cola machine to the soda machines and things like that. The Welcome Leon banner having its own little nuances and stuff where they've corrected the issues from the original game, and it does a good job of explaining the RPD and the way it got into the state it's in without removing or diverting too much from the original story. I think this is how you do a remake. The way you guys felt about RE1 Remake, that's this to me. Like, to me, I've got this here. This for me is one of the best games of all time ever made, and it's incredible. It's a beautiful homage to the original. It did everything right, and it was like a 99% perfect rendition of what a remake should be, in my opinion. And watching you guys play, because I like the game very much to a point where I'm quite good and I can get S ranks, but after watching you guys play it, particularly Brother Bass, who literally is on Team Hitless for this game in every existing category, like, that's something I don't need to point out, considering you'll be watching this on his channel. But if you guys are new here and you haven't seen it and you want to see it played at a professional level, scroll down. Trust me, it's worth it. This is absolutely amazing, and watching it played in its canon vicinity, like, you know, to see how it was supposed to be played and see how it's supposed, like, the story is supposed to go, it's excellent in every sense of the word. For me, an absolute S ranker, and if I didn't respect you guys as much as I did, I would say that this ranks above the RE1 remake for me. But again, we're trying to avoid bias. What are your thoughts, Mr. Tibbs?
Guys are gonna hate me for this one.
I will hang up.
So, me,
Oh, I'm trying to find your address real quick. Just kidding.
Resident Evil Remake for me is a case of how they felt about Village. It was a case that I was hyped, don't get me wrong, because when they said, oh, we do it, and then they showed Resident Evil 2, I was like, oh my god, this is going to be amazing. When the game came out, I spent all night round of friends. We played it literally all night doing Claire A, Leon B, as we thought that it was meant to be played. Only to discover that they didn't really do that as a scenario. Like, they didn't kind of expand on that kind of
Zap system.
Yeah, the kind of zapping system of what affects one will affect the other, which I was thoroughly disappointed at. The thing for me in the original RE2 that kind of didn't carry over to the remake is the fact in the original RE2, if you put Mr. X down, he would drop you ammo, or like he'd drop you like little kind of caches of ammo to then carry you through, sort of thing. And by putting him down pretty much all throughout the game, you would then get to the lab very overpowered and very kind of like, okay, I've now reached. It was a very good kind of power creep in the game, but you never get that with this remake. So for me personally, the soundtrack was another thing that I didn't enjoy. I didn't enjoy the remake soundtrack. I will always play RE2 Remake with the kind of original soundtrack that you get for pre-ordering the game. The kind of fan service, I do agree with you, Jem. The fact of like the little kind of like the keys were kept the same, like with the spade key, club key, heart key, diamond key, absolutely brilliant. I'm glad that they kept that. The kind of DLC costumes that you could get, like the 98 costumes all blocky and stuff like that, and then for Claire you got like the Elsa Walker costume, kind of paying homage to 1.5. But for me, I would say that it's a very high A, not an S.
Mute you for that one. Notorious Base, if you wouldn't mind speaking some sense for me for a minute, then.
So, this is how we're going to lay this out. If Resident Evil 1 Remake never existed, this would be the greatest Resident Evil game ever created. Now, what I will say here is that I do agree with you, Mr. Tibbs, because some of the stuff you said is completely accurate. The zapping system not being canonical in this game bothered me, right? Because there really was no need for the B scenarios if that's the case. But it doesn't take away from the fact that if you play them in any sequential order, it feels correct. And that's what still made me feel good. In the Resident Evil 2 original, playing Claire B's felt like a filler. And it was confirmed multiple times by even me and Gemini watching one of my runs where there was no dialogue. They were just... Sherry would walk in a room and you were like, oh, there she is. Okay, she just randomly appeared. So at least in this game, they made a difference with every scenario being really, really, really good. Okay, and even if they had to shorten it, they made it a lot of fun. The boss fights were spectacular. It was some of the best voice acting I've seen in a game, especially for early 2019, coming off the fresh heels of Resident Evil 7 right in 2017. I mean, and let me tell you something. Now, we disagreed a bit on this one, Mr. Tibbs, but the soundtrack to this game is par to none amazing. It lays more on an ambient feel, but we have there's the save room theme, there's the sound and winding or something like that is unbelievable, and I can't think of the name of it right now. What is it called? Let me just double check this before I start. The straight and winding. The straight and winding may be one of the most depressing yet enjoyable songs of just feeling emptiness, but also feeling like there's a chance at hope. That is a banger. One thing I will say, as much as I love being able to play the Resident Evil 2 original soundtrack in it, it doesn't fit with a modern day feeling Resident Evil 2. Remember, this is a remake of the original with modern day affects. Sometimes playing the Resident Evil 2 original soundtrack in certain parts, not the whole game, felt a little goofy because the soundtrack was so good, but for its corrective game. When I play this one, it takes on a more modern take of what happened. And a more darker tone in the original release of Resident Evil 2. This remake was stellar. Every part of it, every part of the soundtrack, Saudade, the ending theme song when you beat both scenarios, dun, 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 that was an unbelievable banger. This game deserves every piece of praise it ever got. I humbly agree with Gemini. If Resident Evil 1 Remake was never born, you're looking at your best game yet.
Can I just say one thing about the soundtrack?
Sure.
No. Please go ahead, Mr. Tibbs.
So my thing with playing the original sort of soundtrack, not because of that I don't enjoy the remake soundtrack. It's, for me, the reason why I put on the original soundtrack is the Mr. X theme. I find the Mr. X theme in the original much more imposing than I do in the remake.
Now let me ask you one question. I could counter that by saying that Hunk's theme is massively better in the remake than it is in the original.
Yeah, I will wholeheartedly agree with you. The Fourth Survivor remake theme, amazing. I've literally got it on my gym playlist.
Yeah, I mean it's awesome, and I do agree with you. Right, there's certain parts of the game that the soundtrack fits better with the original, and that's why when I stated it, it wasn't saying that the original soundtrack in the remake didn't fit well. It did tremendously well, actually. It's just at certain parts, I kind of like the feeling of dread and alone and loneliness within the confines of Raccoon City. When you have these like upbeat like tones that are scary, the ambient darker themes for this game worked better. That's all I'm saying.
That's fair. I think we've all sort of like got our own reasons for finding this, because we can all agree that this is a top tier game from like our own perspectives, but I think we all love it for different reasons. Mr. Tibbs being a lot more of a like your traditional guy, leaning more towards the original soundtrack, the original enemy design, the original mechanics of Mr. X and so on. That's all completely understandable because we grew up loving that. Like we wouldn't love the remake if we didn't get the original. And it was, you know, we loved it for that reason, for those reasons that he stated. What he's saying isn't wrong, whether we agree or disagree.
Absolutely.
You know, it's just down to personal preference. So I feel like we can compromise here. I've got it up at S.
We could compromise here. It's at upper S. I'll compromise that it stays. That I'm just kidding.
I would be prepared to compromise with you guys and put it at top S. Because if you don't, I'll eat your drink. But also, but what do you think, Mr. Tibbs? If you were to compromise it, would you still put it in S, or would you have this as more an A/B level game?
No, I'd compromise and keep it in S for you guys, because you've been very, very what's the word?
Accommodated.
Yes, that's it. With mine and Base's decisions on a lot of things, so. I can't not argue. I can't like argue this one.
And
I'll give it.
Yeah, and it's not even like you gave it a bad review. You gave your honest take, and I respect the hell out of that. I don't think it was a bad take at all. I might not agree with it. Best game. I may not agree with it in certain aspects, but that doesn't mean I don't disagree. Like I don't agree on others. Like the Zap system was incredibly important to the story lore, and the fact that they kind of just said Leon A, Claire B is really how you should play it, but we're not going to tell you, and the other scenarios are if you want to. That bothered me a little bit, but all of the extra game modes, including the what if scenarios, that did it in for me. Extreme Battle Mode in Resident Evil 2 Original is gangster. It didn't transfer over to the remake, and that's one thing that RE2 Original does have. But I do like the Ghost Survivors. This game, best game. This game is definitely second to it's second to only RE1 Remake for me.
Get that back down in S.
Very well, very well. I also changed the colour, and I can't remember what it was before. I had to mess with the system, didn't I? Alright then, gentlemen. I think that was a fair debate, and we've all made some valid points. But we have been recording for upwards of 3 hours, and we should be moving forwards to a new game like Resistance.
Yeah, there's not much
Some resistance between each other there.
Yeah, there's not much really to talk about. The only resistance I want from this game is it to stay away from me. It belongs in ass. This was what a lot of people thought was going to be Outbreak, and the only thing it did was like cause an outbreak with the fans. So throw that shit in ass.
What do we think, Mr. Tibbs? Are you in agreement?
Oh, definitely, because I was in the exact same thing as Base, that when they kind of announced the trailer, it was a very kind of like outbreaky trailer sort of thing. Like the kind of sort of civilians and and stuff like that, and fighting off the monsters. And it's basically Resident Evil meets Dead by Daylight. Like, honestly, this was just awful. Like, they really missed the mark on this one.
Missed the mark. They didn't even know where the mark was.
Who's Mark?
Thing that kind of saves it a little bit for me is that they kind of used it as like an April Fool's joke for the real announcement of Remake for me, and that's what kind of saves it a little bit, is that they said, oh, by the way, this ain't a real game, this is going to be a kind of downloadable game that you get with Remake.
That doesn't say much for the game, because the remake wasn't that great, so imagine how this is. So yeah.
I think at least we've gone from arguing to each other's teeth to we all agree this game was ass. It was like, I get the fun concept of this is just something a little extra. You thought this was the main deal, but it's not. This is the main. I get that. It was kind of funny, but like this, I didn't even download. Like, I've got RE3 Remake and I've played it several times through. I really enjoyed it personally, but this just did not land for me. Even as a joke, it didn't land for me. I'm just like,
It's lucky it's even an ass.
But don't make me add another category, because we will get DMCA'd. So
What's...
all right. Well, speaking of, sorry, I just interrupted you, Base.
No, I was gonna say let's do Gun Survivor 3. You're on it. It looks like.
Yes, let's do this. Dead Aim.
May I?
Go ahead.
Open us up.
This game, oh my god. So I've only just played this recently. Like I said, I've recently bought a PS2 emulator that has pretty much all the PS2 sort of Resident Evils on it. It's got Code Veronica, it's got the Outbreak, both Outbreaks, it's got Gun Survivor 2, and it's got Dead Aim. Now, I went into Dead Aim with a very open mind, because everyone says online, oh, it's so rubbish, it's this, it's that, and I'm like, well, like, come on, like, you got to kind of give it a fair shot. Like, I didn't want to not play it. I'm so glad I did play it though, and kind of give it the shot that it deserved, because the lore implications in this. We have got not just a main villain that was partly responsible for the destruction of Raccoon City, well, the fall of Raccoon City. We have got a main villain that combines the T and G virus together to create an absolute monster of a virus, sort of thing. The lore implications on this want me to give it a B rank, but it's one of them games that falls short because of its gameplay. So for me, I would put it as a C, but yeah, it's another one of them that if we were doing it by the lore and everything behind it, then it would be higher echelon than what it is.
And that's fair, because I feel like it does have a lot of, like, I like the implications to it, and I like the Gun Survivor series a little bit more than most people do, so I lean towards that aesthetic quite nicely. I feel like it was like a little bit generic by this point, plot wise, but it wasn't like bad. Like, I didn't hate it. I feel like it would be like a enjoyable little journey sort of thing, but it's not something where it's like, oh, this is your best game, best game. It's not up here, you know. But I do feel like it outranks some of the other ones in these like categories. I couldn't put it down here. It wasn't my favorite by any stretch, you know. It was just kind of like, yeah, it's all right. And Resident Evil, it's fun. Again, lore implications are more important to me than anything, and Mr. Tibbs has already covered those in depth.
Yeah.
But I would agree that it's sitting right where it is probably right. I'm a little bit hesitant to put it above 0, but again, I don't have enough experience with the two games together to really rank them there. If it was me, I'd probably rank it lowest C.
So, just in case my mic didn't pick up on this review, I'm going to just reiterate it real quick. This is, basically Gun Survivor 3, and honestly, I like the fact, like I had said originally, that, you could hook up a mouse to play this game and aim a little bit better, third person to railgun shooter, because I think my mic might have been muted on accident, but honestly, everything that Mr. Tibbs said is completely accurate. The only reason why I would put it higher than 0, and this is my only reason, it's true to itself, to where 0 tried to be something different and should have just stayed true to itself with 1. And because they dared to explore, sometimes you find things you don't like, and by exploring in Dead Aim, they kind of finally found the mold for what Survivor should have been, where I think in a generation where games for Resident Evils were fixed camera angle and you didn't know what was in the area, having a rail shooter was not the most popular take, so this game definitely combined them both perfectly.
Yeah. Anything more to add, Mr. Tibbs?
The only thing I kind of want to reiterate on is, like I said, the lore implications in this game is unreal. So we have got a big bad that was basically the reason why the water was infected, and the reason why you do the water puzzle in RE3 is because of the big bad in this game.
Very nice.
It's a very kind of like nice tie-in, and when you find the file and you read that, honestly, I literally put the controller down and was like, what have I just read right now? Because it was one of them revelations that kind of blew me away. So I was very, very impressed with it. So like I said, if we were judging on lore only, it would be best game. But because of what everyone else has said, I would put it exactly where it is.
I agree.
Likewise. In that case, then, we'll move forward to the next one, and I'll stick linear and go with the Umbrella Chronicles.
God, let me handle this one, please. Let me get my gloves on.
You've got it.
This game covered Resident Evil 1 pretty good. I like the whole playing as Richard Aiken and Rebecca Chambers part. That was pretty fun. Playing as Wesker, and constantly having to take on Lisa, the game necessarily isn't bad, and it set up the foundations for what, the Gun Survivor games could have been if they made it to the Nintendo Wii. It's definitely not one of my favorites, and to me, I feel that Darkside Chronicles did a major overhaul on the entirety of the game, raising it up to a B, to where this game still felt like a mini game that you could play in an arcade, ever so slightly. I'm not comparing it along the lines of Gun Survivor 2. It was just kind of like, hey, your family's over, you want to see this cool scary game that you could use a Wii mode on. It had story implications that were pretty cool. Then there were moments where it kind of deviated away, and there was some Russian guy who was a part of Umbrella, and you had to fight this blind dude, and it got very non canon, and also tried it was like a game that clashed canon and non-canon, and for some reason it just bothered me. I will always be a big stan of the Darkside Chronicles, but Umbrella Chronicles is another game that I would lay in the minigame column. I would put it right below Revelations and in between 3D Mercenaries.
Right here.
Yep.
Nice. What are your thoughts, Mr. Tibbs? Do you want to expand on that?
I mean, you kind of hit on the head again there, Brother Base. I mean, for me, Umbrella Chronicles was another game that I kind of got bought with my console, sort of thing. So I got bought the Wii, Umbrella Chronicles, and the kind of like zapper thing that you put the Wiimotes in and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, this is a really kind of cool concept. The fact that it went through 0, 1, and then kind of 0, 1, and 3, and then obviously had the extra kind of scenarios where you played as like Wesker going through 1, and then Ada going through the kind of destruction of Raccoon City and stuff like that was pretty cool. But it was very janky for what it was.
Yeah.
Like, they had kind of like reaction moments that was like, oh, tap the A button, and then you tap the A button and it wouldn't work, or shake the Wiimote and you'd shake it and then it wouldn't work, and it was like, oh well, this is good, I'm getting game overs because your bloody game don't work.
I know. I agree with that. The calibration, no matter what you did, was trash.
Yeah, but the kind of like actual game itself was fun, and it definitely belongs in that kind of mini game stuff. But yeah, comparing it now to Darkside Chronicles, Umbrella Chronicles just doesn't hit the same way that does.
Absolutely agree with that. Everything you said.
Yeah. Agreed entirely. It doesn't touch Darkside, in my opinion. I know that's what they were going for, and I get the on rails thing does make it a bit more of a fun experience. But it's like Base said, where you got the family over, and it's like, hey, well, look at this, it's a bit of fun. It's a Wii game, right? You know, you play Wii bowling, you play Wii tennis, you play Wii boxing, and you play Umbrella Chronicles, because they're just, you know, it's just a little bit of fun. It's got a Resident Evil aesthetic, but it's non-canon, and there's a lot of conflicting storylines that are just awkward. I kind of like the, you know, Operation Javier tie-in kind of thing, and there were some cool implications to the lore. The gameplay would have been better if the mechanics were more clean, but like Mr. Tibbs said, it was just issue after issue, especially with the Wii remote, and I only ever played this on an emulator, so I didn't really have that problem. I could just keybind my way through it, but yeah, I would absolutely agree with exactly where it is. I might even rank it a little bit lower, but I think it sits right where it's supposed to be. I'd only rank it lower because of my love for Survivor, but otherwise it doesn't, like, that in D tier is right where it belongs, because so does Survivor 2. As much as I enjoy those kind of games, it belongs right where it is.
Right on.
Alright then, moving on to, well, let's I tell you what, we'll save those three big ones, the three bigger names, and I'll just ask you guys this one, because I don't know this one at all.
So, I'll take the floor on this one for a second, Mr. Tibbs. This was actually designed by the team that made the SOCOM games, and for all intents and purposes, it had a lot of good accessibility to Raccoon City. It had a lot of the monsters. You could play online with your friends. It was much more of like a shooter, but SOCOM-style game. I had a lot of fun with my friends back in high school playing this game. The problem is, I felt like the creators of SOCOM never actually played any other Resident Evil, because a lot of the story lore was a little convoluted. Nikolai seemed to be running absolutely rampant everywhere, and I know he did do that, but it was just a very interesting take on how they did things, and especially how they end the game with the options that you have was just like, okay, well, I guess we're deviating from canon. I did have a lot of fun with this game, so I can't shit on it all that much. But again, it doesn't warrant being much higher than really a C. I mean, I could go back and play this game any day of the week and enjoy it, and also justify it being underneath Dead Aim. I think that it would be right there. I don't think it's any lower, and I really could debate that it could be higher in the C column, but maybe only by moving Dead Aim, maybe moving it above Dead Aim. That's probably it. That's my take.
Fair enough, Mr. Tibbs.
My take is a little bit different, but I do agree with everything that Base said. It is a very fun game, but I think the problem is that did you have the PS3 version, Base? or did you have the Xbox version?
I had the Xbox version because I was an Xbox 360 kid back in the day. Like, I was always a PlayStation kid, but when 360 came out, that was like the console at the time.
Yeah, so I don't know whether there was a difference between the USA and the PAL version, but the PAL version didn't have online play.
Oh,
It was
God.
single player story.
Yeah, it was multiplayer here.
Yeah, so my experience was a lot different than yours. But I do agree with everything that you said. Like the kind of like fact that you kind of like went up against Nikolai that was rampaging everywhere. Then you kind of fought against Nemesis and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
you had the fight with Birkin, and that you had to kind of like run away from, but kind of like sort of try and blow him up at the same time, because like he was still mutating and still quite that kind of killing machine. Like, I really did enjoy it. It was a fun game to play, but for me it was I would totally keep it where it is.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, but they released 2 different versions.
They did, and I think that took away from your enjoyment of it, and that's totally unfair to you. And I feel like you missed out on a little bit. It was definitely fun playing it with a friend, but, you know, let's be real here. This game is like a Gears of War Army of 2 Resident Evil and SOCOM all together. It's not bad, nor is it amazing. And I think you nailed it on the head with how you described it. And also, playing it solo is definitely boring. So I could understand.
So I definitely agree with you, old brother Bass. You are hitting it very well tonight.
I appreciate it, my man. So are you.
And I am not going to disagree with either of you, because I have no standing on this, because this is literally all I know about this game is that is the box art. I never played it. I don't know any of the mechanics, any of the characters, any of the monsters. I know nothing about this game and therefore cannot speak on it. So if you guys are happy to leave it right where it is,
yeah,
do that.
It is definitely my recommendation that you do give it a try just to see what it's like. It's not one of those games where I'd say steer clear. Beltway was my favorite character on the Umbrella, because you could play as the Umbrella units, or you could play as like the United States military like service units.
Nice.
So it had a good concept. It's definitely worth playing through. It's just not one that you may revisit too often.
Yeah. To further expand on that, Jem, play the American version, because we didn't get the option in the PAL version to play as the SAS. We just got the Umbrella units.
Yeah, the SAS and the multiplayer is still live on the PC port.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, if you're gonna play it, play the USA version.
Got it. No problem. I'll bear that in mind then, gents, because if you recommend it, it's definitely going to be something I consider. Especially if is it a multiplayer then?
It's like a online multiplayer. You could play split screen, I'm pretty sure, but I've never done it.
Yeah, no problem then. Well, speaking of multiplayer, let's move on to the next one in the list.
Ooh, this is
Evil 5.
Oh, can I please take this one? I know I just went first.
Perfect.
I absolutely love this game. To me, this game is an A, and I'm going to say it right off the bat, and I know I may get a little backlash, but hear me out. The game stuck true to the story of where Resident Evil was leading, even prior to the dates of 4 and even 3. We finally got our main bad guy, Wesker, back, and that was a breath of fresh air since Code Veronica. This game is some of the best co-op you could ever possibly pick up anywhere. If you are bored and you want to play this game with a friend, grab Resident Evil 5. This game is awesome. Sheva Alomar is a great character. Josh as a secondary character. Obviously Jill Valentine in the DLC. This game is stellar. I can't say enough about it. It's a little too much on the action-y side. The Ouroboros is kind of what they were always going for, but I don't think that they kind of explained it as well as they should have compared to Las Plagas, where yes, they didn't explain Las Plagas to an insane degree, but I felt like it was kind of like what Lord Sadler did with Las Plagas was kind of like what Wesker was doing times 10, where he just thought that he was a god among men, and that kind of deviates a little bit. And we always knew that Wesker had that like I'm the best, like everybody is inferior to me complex. But the story, I gotta say, and you can feel free to disagree with me, I think the story here is better than 4's. And that's not to say that 4 has a bad story. 4 has a very basic story. You're sent in to save the president's daughter. What follows leads to to more bosses and bad guys and crazy twists. Yes, 100%. But when you have no idea originally who is under the witch doctor's mask, and you finally see some characters that you haven't seen since Resident Evil 3, you're blown away. This may be an action game on the surface, but it's more than that. It is one of the best co-op games ever made, and I stand on that hill that it is a low A, high B.
Well spoke. Mr. Tibbs.
Rather base. But you're wrong.
Fighting words. Gloves on, gentlemen. Let's go.
So, for me, Resi 5 is another case of missed opportunity and missed just missed opportunity basically, because I know what it was meant to be. Like, we weren't meant to have a co-op game. We weren't meant to kind of like have this kind of actiony sort of. We were literally going to have Chris as Resident Evil 4, but it was going to be that Chris was going to have this kind of sort of mirage effect, that if he fought in the sun for too long, he would then hallucinate and stuff like that.
Yes.
So my problem with Resi 5, as with any kind of co-op game, is that for me it takes away the experience, because I'm relying on another person to play well.
Right.
Like if I'm in a kind of co-op experience, I'm probably the one that is like, this ain't me blowing my own trumpet, but I'm normally the one that's kind of carrying with like things or picking things up or noticing things, and I don't like that. That's why I don't play co-op games. Story-wise, yes, like having Jill back, having Wesker back, and especially Wesker's new voice actor coming over, replacing from Code Veronica, like this, the new Wesker voice actor was
DC Douglas. Yeah.
Old DC Douglas played Wesker perfectly, and that is what I wanted. I wanted an arrogant, altruistic, egocentric Wesker that we got at the end of Code Veronica. When Wesker goes, sure, I'm not human anymore, but look at the power I've gained. That's the sort of like, and we got that boss fight that I was longing for at the end of Code Veronica. Oh my god, I was so Wesker right.
I agree with that. Code Veronica's ending like that way definitely was like, oh man, are you kidding? You know.
It was very much like, yeah. We won't go into it because it will get demonetized.
Yeah.
But for me, it is a case that because I don't play co-op games, I didn't really enjoy it. But I will agree that it is a good kind of time waster, and it is a good game. But I couldn't kind of get behind the kind of co-op aspect of it.
Right.
Especially with the fact of where that they kind of took away the merchant as well, and just had it as a kind of like item screen that you then kind of upgrade your guns that way, and didn't give us a proper merchant. That I feel that the kind of remake, if they are going for a Resi 5 remake, that I don't feel that they're going to make the same mistake again. I don't even think it's going to be a co-op game. I think it's going to be a game with two scenarios, that like Resi 2 remake, that you can either play through as Chris or you can play through as Sheva.
And I would agree with that real quick before Jem gets to have his masterful piece. I don't mean to cut you off. I wanted to say that, if they do go with the original story's idea, I'll be happy with it. My whole review was based on the product we got. So that was really where I stood. As it being a co-op action game, I think it did a well job. Not being a top tier Resident Evil, I mean, it's at the lowest of the better Resident Evil games, but I do not think that it should be any lower than high B, just because it, even if you're not a big fan of co-op, what it did for co-op and games going forward with two-player co-op, it was just monumental. But I could definitely understand what you mean about the merchant, kind of being axed after being such a, staple in 4. There's definitely a lot of stuff that you said that's completely accurate. So that's just my take.
Yeah, so I would kind of put it as a high B, kind of low A.
All right. Let's put it maybe above File 2. I think it's fair to say it's above File 2.
Yeah, I think it's in that sort of category.
That's fair. I'm good with that. Jem, what's your thoughts?
Resident Evil 5 for me was a real, confusing, conflicting time, because I saw what they were trying to do off the back of Resident Evil 4. The over the shoulder, the action heavy, the more introducing more melee combat and things like that, giving us a secondary character. I thought the gameplay mechanics they did rather well. Playing with a companion, another fantastic option, which, like you said, will make it a lot more fun. I didn't really get that because I only ever played it with the AI.
Right.
And the AI back on PS3 was garbage.
Yeah.
I would just find Sheva constantly using all my ammo, using all my healing items, and not having enough inventory space to mediate her effectively when she was AI controlled.
Right.
I did get better at it, and it was just a mad cause bad skill issue where once I got better at the game, that was less of an issue. But some of the things where I was attempting challenge runs and things like that were made nigh on impossible by the fact that I was having to negotiate her AI and just base it entirely on, am I going to be able to do this mission? And it's well, yeah, if she cooperates, but otherwise it was a bit difficult. But outside of that, as far as the game goes, if I'm thinking negatives, I thought the Ouroboros concept was rather underwhelming.
Yeah, I agree.
Just the idea of the Ouroboros monster, and it was very generic. It was I got it once. It was kind of cool, when you first see it, and it's the black ooze, and it takes on a humanoid appearance, and it's all worms and squirmy and uncomfortable to look at, with some obvious weak points to make for a good fight. That was cool. But you fought that same monster, but slightly bigger, about 4 times or 5 times throughout, and I know that they did a similar thing with G3, well, with William Birkin in general. His G series was essentially the same monster with some slight improvements, but it was those improvements and those differences were so significant that every boss fight was wildly different. You could show somebody them 4 images side by side of William Birkin G1 through 4 or 5, sorry, and they wouldn't recognize them as the same creature. Whereas Ouroboros is very much the same creature, to a point where it's yeah, I've done this one, but what I did find exciting was the enemy concept in between. I particularly liked the Reapers. Do you remember the Reapers from the later chapters?
Yeah.
Super novistadors. These things were practically invincible. If you played it on the hardest difficulty, it just wasn't worth fighting them. They were just ridiculously hard. But yeah, I thought they were a really cool concept. I liked them. I liked the Magini in general. I love that mob mentality they have, where they all just they get very feral on you, and they're using weapons, the machetes and everything like that. It's very fitting for the area where it's all gang led anyway. So when you first explore the area and you don't know there's an outbreak kind of thing, you don't know how widespread the virus is, right. But you still know you're in danger. That opening scene was one of the most powerful things I've ever seen, where you're walking along as Chris, and you're built like a house. He's an absolute tank. And you're walking towards the group of Magini, and they're beating the stuffing out of
Oh, the bag. Yeah, in the bag.
Yeah, but they're kicking the crap out of this bag, and then as you approach, they all turn in unison to eye you down. And I remember standing staring at them, thinking, right, who's going to move then, boys? Like, this is very and it was daunting. And I was like, this is very frightening, and I haven't seen a monster. You know, just the area, the atmosphere of the area and the environments was captured very, very well, and they did a great job of expanding on that. There was a lot that I liked about the monster concepts, the enemy concepts, and the virus itself. I loved reintroducing Wesker. I did not like New Jill. I didn't like I don't know if it was like the P30 chemical or the P80 that's attached to her chest. You know, I just thought that they changed it too much, and it's like, why? I didn't know it was Jill.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it was a big reveal. You know, Chris is like, oh my god, it's Jill, and I'm like, is it?
Yeah, that it was hard to tell.
Yeah, it just didn't hit as hard, and I think if they didn't change her design, I'm all for, you know, like playing with it a little bit, but when we're talking about characters as iconic as Jill Valentine, like, I get it, you know, all they did was make her a bit paler, dyed her hair, changed her outfit. It's like, whatever, you know, women do that in real life, that's fine.
Yeah.
But, you know, this was supposed to be a big reveal to people that grew up with this character, and, you know, the ones who haven't seen her since RE3, they might not have even recognised it as Jill Valentine, which I didn't, so I was a bit disappointed by the change. I like the idea of it, you know, her being controlled and you having to fight for her back and all the rest of it. The boss concepts were great, the gameplay mechanics were great, but it fell short in a lot of areas that I think makes it weaker than an A rank. But I would give it a high B still.
Very stellar and fair review. I like it.
Thanks. Is anybody in disagreement, or shall we put it as the highest B tier?
No, yeah, I think that's pretty much very fair.
Absolutely. It is tooth and nail with File 2, to where either of them could be swapped in between based on the fan, but both remain in high B.
Agreed. Then we have two more left, gentlemen. We've been going for quite a while. I'm going to apologise to our audience for how long we've been going on, but feel free to come back to this one, because the reason we want to give these so much time and discussion is because it's not fair for us to just glance over and say, we all like RE4, right? Yeah, okay, S rank. Yeah, we need to justify that, not only between ourselves, but to you guys as well in the audience, and give you something to talk about, so you don't think we're just glancing over missed concepts. We are, like, well, not we all, but these two gentlemen, at least, Mr. Tibbs and Notorious Base, are experts in these fields, so there's a lot of stuff that you might think we're glancing over, like, oh, I can't believe you didn't address this concept. Why didn't you talk about 3.5? Why didn't you talk about the Brad zombie? There's a lot of stuff we haven't covered, but it's for the sake of time. This video is long enough without, but obviously if you guys want to discuss these things, or you'd like to see us talk about some of this stuff in more detail and at more length, please do make your voices heard in the comment section below. But until then, we're going to talk about Resident Evil Biohazard, arguably the one that saved the franchise for the majority of fans, apart from Mr. Tibbs, who I'm going to open this to. What do you think, Mr. Tibbs? Biohazard, your thoughts?
So, it's not that I don't think that it didn't save the franchise, because it did save the franchise. And the thing about it is, I love Ethan. I think Ethan was a great character to kind of introduce this kind of, like they did with Outbreak, this kind of normal civilian that doesn't have super strong muscles like Chris, or the kind of intuitiveness of Leon, or the kind of resourcefulness of Claire, or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
He is just a normal guy going to find his wife. But I think the thing that kind of makes it for me as a game and as an actual kind of really cool concept is that each member of the Baker family represents a decade or a kind of genre of movie at the time. So let's look at Jack Baker. He is the kind of Michael Myers of the family. Then you've got Marguerite, who's the kind of monster horror that you kind of see in like Alien and things from outer space. Lucas is your kind of modern day mastermind horror like Saw and stuff like that. And then you go right back into then we go forward even more with Evelyn. That was the kind of paranormal sort of like the kind of paranormal activity sort of thing. So I think they did everything right that they wanted. The kind of teaser demos that they gave us were brilliant to kind of bring us forward into that sort of era. Yeah, I just think they did everything right. I would put this at a very strong F for me.
Yes, yes. What about yourself, Notorious Base? Thoughts on Resident Evil Biohazard?
So when I think of Resident Evil 7, I think of The Hills Have Eyes. This game did a really good job of not only being so far away from its predecessors, it was first person done completely right. Ethan Winters is a tremendous character, not having knowledge of much, or as far as we know, and then realizing throughout the game that it looks as if, and this is no spoiler to those who have played the game, and I'm sure you will, certain things happen to his body that indicate that maybe he's not so as human as he seems anymore, but that's left up to debate. Play through the game, definitely. Resident Evil 7, to me, absolutely saved the franchise. When I look at that hot dog, New York City hot dog water, Resident Evil 6, and then I see 7, literally 5 years later, coming back as my knight in shining armor to kiss me and wake me up, I was so happy. You have no idea. This game, between the dad, the mom being Marguerite being terrifying, and then, Jack Baker, Lucas just being a psycho, twisted individual, and then Mia, the poor girl, just, trying to survive as she watches her family slowly deteriorate, and then finding out that, which I can't divulge, but just finding out that the Baker family wasn't always the way they were, and how the paranormal creature of Evelyn really took hold and did a lot of damage, and just the story and how it builds up. I mean, this was gaming done right. I personally love Resident Evil 7. I don't think it's above Code Veronica, but it's very close, so I would definitely say that it is exactly where it is supposed to be. These two games, Code Veronica and 7, are knocking at the door of S, but they're just a little couple of steps below it.
Valuable consensus indeed. Now, there's a lot that I agree with there, and there's a couple of things that I would like to expand on, but I want to give Mr. Tibbs a chance to say his piece before I rant, because I think I talked the longest. Mr. Tibbs, your thoughts?
Just kind of going back over what I said, I think the kind of, if you look at it like I did, where you can associate each kind of member of the family with a kind of movie genre, I think it plays out in a totally different light. I'm telling you now, Jem, if you play it now, considering what I've just said, you will notice those tropes of what I've just said.
Yeah.
And
I definitely do. I was wondering if maybe you think it belongs up there with your beloved Code Veronica X, more like. Sorry, I should have clarified that.
Oh, yeah, I think it definitely belongs with Code Veronica. Like they said, it's a very high A. It's knocking on that door of S. I would put it where it is. But yeah, Jem, honestly, go into it with the mindset that I've just told you, and it will feel like a completely different game that you're playing.
Well, when I originally fired this game up, I was expecting horror, and by God, I got it. This really, really took me back, and the reason I enjoyed this game so much was because at first, I didn't think it felt like a Resident Evil game, because I was one of the fans that had come to associate Resident Evil with the viruses we're familiar with, the characters and the environments, Raccoon City, the zombies, everything like that we know, and it changed that. It changed practically all of it. It did tie you in, but when you were to fire this game up, if it didn't have a title screen and you didn't know it was Resident Evil, it would be hard to tell this was a Resident Evil game based on what we're immediately welcomed with. But what this is, more than anything, and potentially better than any of the others on this list, is it is a horror game. This is a horror game done right, to the best of its ability. This is what Survivor wishes it was back in the day. This is survival horror at its absolute peak. First person, devastating enemies, heartbreaking storyline, like volatile choices that you as a character have to make in between the game that judges the direction the game takes from that point onwards, and haunting enemy design that fluctuates very, very nicely, like Mr. Tibbs has already alluded to, in that, like, you know, Jack Baker being the more stalker-based enemy, Marguerite being more body horror and like graphical horror. I love that, and I did recognise those things when I played it through the first time. I didn't discuss it at all, I don't think, but I did play this game on my channel, and I loved it. But I loved it more so for its horror aspect than its tie-ins to the original Resident Evil. I get that it did, and I see that it did, but that's not what I based it on. But the fact that they said they were going to reintroduce survival horror, and they came at us with this. I don't scare easy, and this thing had me on edge the whole time. It was brutal. The environments were great, the sounds were great, the characters were great, the voice acting, my days, the voice acting. These characters are so lovable. The bad guys, the Baker family, are such great staples in the franchise now, and it's such a small area. Like, to think that the majority of this game takes place in one house. It is a one house, but it explains a lot. There's a lot of lore in this house. There is one thing that stops this game being, like, I completely agree it's an A rank. I'm not going to change that for a second. That's staying there. I think the one thing that prevents it going any higher than it is the enemy design. And I know why they did it. I understand. It's because they wanted a generic monster, like a generic monster that you can fight in like several different forms, very much like the Ouroboros. You know, the mold is like, you get the standing mold, then you get the mold with the shield, then you get quadrupedal mold, then you get big mold, and it's like, you know, but they're all very much the same thing. And I know why they did that. It's to bring more exclamation to the boss characters, because they're so frequent. You know, you see them often, you interact with them often, and there's a lot of them, and they don't want to take away from any of that by introducing too many monster concepts. I feel like that was a weak point in Resident Evil 6. As much as I talk about liking variety in monsters, I couldn't name all the enemy monsters in Resident Evil 6. There were so many that they didn't have any real impact, whereas Resident Evil Biohazard, I can name every single one, because they were limited, but they were limited for a reason, and that was to accentuate the real big bads and the real threat in this game, which I think they did well, and I get why they did it, but there were some parts of the game where it just felt like you were fighting the mold from beginning to end without very much variation, that I feel like let down the combat aspect a little bit, because while it was very, very scary and horror done right, I feel like when you get used to a certain concept, it loses its fear factor. Take the Regenerators in Resident Evil 4. They were arguably the most frightening concept ever. But if you were to fight them from beginning to end, all the way through, they lose that, you know, that terror factor. They still hold a little bit. It's still a monster in a game that you have to, like, go head to head with. But it would lose some of that significance. And I feel like if the mold was a bit rarer, or they just had a bit more variation with the monster design, I feel like it might have hit harder. But it doesn't take away from the fact that this game is horror done right. Them characters were all immaculate in every way, and I think this is an A rank. To me, it ranks higher than Code Veronica, but given how much I value Legacy, I'm not going to recommend that, especially considering you guys outnumber me and would disagree.
Yeah, no complaints with that at all.
Yeah.
You nailed every piece that either me or Mr. Tibbs missed, and you stated your case 100% as to why, the mold are definitely one of the weaker portions. I mean, that was kind of a weaker enemy in total, but yeah, I'm happy. I don't mind it, and if you're good with keeping it at bottom A, I say let's tackle the colossal final.
Let's do this, guys. Let's do this. Now, I know we're all going to have a lot to say on this one, but I think I know where this one belongs in my book, so I'd like to open the floor up to Mr. Tibbs. I don't think we'd let you talk for a little while, considering I've just gasbagged for an hour. Please go ahead on Resident Evil 4 Remake, and include separate ways as well, because I know that's kind of a given, but please consider every aspect of this game in its entirety, if you would.
So, as much as I say that Resident Evil 1 Remake is how you do is a remake done right, this just I can't play the original anymore. This for me is how the original should have been played. You've got not only the expanse on going from the RE2 remake of Leon's story, as well as kind of delving into more depth of how he was recruited into the Secret Service. We've got the kind of reimagining monsters of the Ganados and the kind of Dr. Salvador, that kind of moment where the Dr. Salvador is, and like the reason why the bag is over his head is because of like the Las Plagas bursting out of like is kind of vulnerable and stuff like that. You know what, guys, it is one of them games that just changed the way you play the original, because I will go into the original now expecting to parry something and it just doesn't happen. But every section has been fleshed out completely, and the boss fights are so much better than what they are in the OG.
Oh yeah.
Men so much more of a threat. He kind of gives off that kind of Mr. X vibe. Like when you first see him, you're like, oh, is he gonna be like our stalker enemy of the village? And they kind of play on that expectation a little bit when you see him, to when you kind of run away from him with Ashley and stuff like that. Talking of Ashley, she has been so much more improved upon. She hasn't got a health bar anymore. It is a case of that if she gets knocked down, you can bring her back up as many times as you like. As long as she doesn't get hit that second time, she's pretty much a invulnerable sidekick for you that you then escort through everything. Yeah, the kind of other boss fights that you've got of Salazar and Krauser has been so much more improved upon. Although Salazar can be cheesed with 2 golden eggs, yeah, it is a case that everything has been improved upon and will forever be. I think this will be just like Resident Evil 4 OG. This will be the game that we talk about in 20 years' time of redefining the kind of remakes of Resident Evil 4. And then we're like, okay, what's going to happen with Separate Ways? And they blow us out the water. Ada's Separate Ways campaign was absolutely amazing. The only bad thing that I have to say is that the kind of weapons that you get for kind of beating the kind of tougher difficulties have kind of been scaled back a little bit. The Chicago typewriter doesn't feel as powerful as what it felt in the OG. The fact that we haven't got the PRL added at all,
Yeah.
separate one, really annoyed me, because that gun was
Amazing.
Yeah, it was such a good reward for completing professional, and the fact that that they couldn't add that in really disappointed me. But for me, it would go above S for me, because yeah, it just done everything right. Like I said, it redefined how you're meant to like muscle memory that you have from it going into that to then try and go back to the original, it's almost comical in a way, because you do end up laughing at yourself because you're like, oh, you stupid idiot, why are you trying to parry? Yeah, Lewis is absolutely amazing. The fact that it is revealed that he was the one who created the Nemesis project as well. Yeah, just everything about it is just amazing, and I cannot fault it apart from that fact that it cut the PRL. But other than that, flawless.
So, I mean, I'll go next. I mean, Mr. Tibbs, you fucking, excuse my language, freaking knocked that one out of the park. I don't even care if I curse at that point. This game deserves a curse. This game right here reinvented the wheel for me. I absolutely can't say enough about this game. I mean, touching on the fact that Luis, is more in depth into the game's story. He still has that ominous but playful personality. Leon is a lot more like his Resident Evil 2 Remake counterpart of himself, where he's just taken on a much more darker tone than action hero. Hey, Hunnigan, want to date me? This is a much better representation of Leon to me. This game, all around, is just a better representation of Resident Evil 4. I'm sure we'll have a lot of OG fanboys or those that, have their complaints about a remake. If you have complaints about a great remake, please just go play the OG. This is the same kind of stuff I say about Silent Hill games. If you have your complaints, leave them at the door and just play what you like. This game redefined Resident Evil 4 in every great way possible. The Merchant was amazing. May not have been the same voice actor. Guy still knocked it out of the park. Unfortunately, there was no Assignment Ada, although that wasn't a major part of the game. The Mercenaries kicked ass. I mean, it was unbelievable. Playing as Hunk is always a treat. The Krauser boss battle is probably my favorite and close to my favorite in the series. And I just all around really enjoyed this game. It was really long. It was really enjoyable. And you were always on your toes. You maybe had like 5 seconds to breathe unless you went into like a specific room. This is a game done right. This is a tough spot for me. I would honestly maybe stick RE4 Remake in between RE1 and RE2, just because I think that RE4 built upon what RE2 set in stone, but still to this day, RE1 still holds that candle of you are all looking up to what I have accomplished. And in a way that Gemini even said with 96, that RE1 took that mantle and said you are all trying to live up to that. And honestly, the closest thing to touching the feet of Jill and Chris in that picture would probably be Leon in 4.
Well said. Well said.
And excuse me for the foul language. I did not mean that.
That's all good. I can always mute that in post. I won't, but I could.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with what you guys have said in its entirety. Everything that you guys have said is right on the button. You guys basically said everything that I wanted to say, because all I was going to do is gush about how perfect this game is and how vastly it improved on the original. Mr. Tibbs said it well when he said he can't play the original anymore because, again, the original RE4 redefined survival horror, or action horror more like. It redefined Resident Evil and video games moving forward for a lot of different developers, a lot of different franchises. Like you've said, it touched on Dead Space, on Red Dead, on it invented so many other games as well that were built off the back of it, like Onimusha and the other ones, Devil May Cry. It's a turning point in video game history, and I was so scared. I was absolutely petrified when they announced that they were remaking this, because my initial thought was, you shouldn't try, because RE4 is so perfect and so like unremakeable that you would have to hit every mark. You would have to exceed expectations in every single aspect of video game history. Mm-hmm. You would have to. Otherwise, you are letting down you will kill the franchise if you screw this up. Like, I was so scared that this wouldn't be as good as it was. and they went ahead and proved me wrong on every level, because this RE4 remake now is my favourite one to play in the entire franchise. I love Resident Evil 2, I'll always love Resident Evil 2, and the remake for me is remakes done right. But as far as like playing the games goes, like replayability value, for unlockables, for gameplay, for doing it differently, I think Resident Evil 4 just takes it. Like, for me, this is the absolute number one, my go-to. If someone says, do you want to play Resident Evil? Yeah, I want to play that one. It just is, it peaks everything for me, from visuals to original soundtrack to characters, the voice acting. I know I refer to voice acting a lot, but this, when you think about the original RE games and the voice acting contained within, it's nostalgic, it's funny, it's memeable as hell, but this stuff, like in RE4 Remake, was legitimately moving. It was so hardcore, it made you laugh out loud, it brought you to tears. You felt it. Even everything right down to the interactions between the characters when you fight. It felt realistic. It wasn't watered down in any way. I love this game with my heart and soul, and I would top S rank it if given my way. The reason I left best game there is because I feel like now that we have a pretty decent consensus here of what we are, what we all think collectively, I think we should try and come to an agreement on what is the absolute number one, like very much number one best game. For me, it's this. What do you guys think? Would you agree with me, or are you going to argue that RE1 has a legacy overhaul on RE4 and therefore should take best game? Do you think RE6 deserves to be here because it's been overly mean?
Get that shit down in the trash.
Just insulted everyone in this chat. All the comments are going crazy now because I'm like, how dare you?
I will always stand on business, and I really think Resident Evil 1 Remake is the best game in the entire franchise. I mean, without a remake clear-cut like that literally had every piece of survival horror and horror in it, and really still to this day, after over 20 years, scares the crap out of me. Resident Evil 4 Remake would not be what it was, along with Resident Evil 2 Remake, without 1, and I think that if we're, as I said earlier, 96 paved the way, and we look at that in a certain light, Resident Evil 1 has to be the one shining the light down on everyone else. My take is RE1 Remake to finish this off.
Very fair, Mr. Tibbs.
I think basically nailed it on the head. I think, like I said in my review of RE4, I think we are forever going to look back at, no matter what standard of remake comes next, whether it's Code Veronica, whether it's Remake 5, whether it's Resident Evil 9, like whatever comes next for the Resident Evil series, we are forever going to look back at the quality of Resident Evil Remake 1 and look at it and go, you can't beat it. This is what the OG did. Remake brought it up to another level, and everyone else is knocking on that door. I think the closest that they've come to knocking on the door is RE4 Remake, but we will see. Like I said, there's a lot of potential now going forward for Code Veronica. Like the way that you're saying about the RE4 Remake, Gem, of how scared you are, is exactly how scared I am for Code Veronica Remake. Because if they don't hit it right, this could be the end of it.
I'm right.
So I will wholeheartedly agree that RE1 Remake needs to be the kind of top prize here.
And I'll consider myself outranked only because, while I do believe on standing on principle, I opened with Resident Evil 1 for exactly this reason, so that we could base everything around the legacy that this game created for it all. This game here, that we've ranked halfway through B, that's basically dead set in the middle of the list, was the foundation for everything that came afterwards. And they built on that supremely
Even 6.
the Resident Evil 1 remake. Even 6. Even 6. All of the ass, everything goes into, like, you get good and bad, don't get me wrong. You know, some of it was done right, some of it was done wrong. Some of it was like, the idea was every single one of these games was intended to improve on the original. Not every single one of them succeeded, but of all the ones that did, these did it best. And if we're talking about how much I value lore, legacy, and the future of the franchise, I'm going to have to bow the knee and confess. You guys win. Resident Evil 1 Remake, best game. Resident Evil 4 and 2 a close second. Personally, I'm incredibly happy with this list. I feel like this is pretty much how I would have done it. It only deviates slightly. And there is 3 of us. I think this was a really good debate, gentlemen. I've really enjoyed myself, and I super appreciate you having me on the channel, Mr. Bass.
Yeah, and this was one heck of an experience, and I'm thankful to have 2 very knowledgeable and also wonderful content creators and close friends to be able to have conversation like this. And Mr. Tibbs, thank you so much for being here.
Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. Honestly, I cannot thank Bass. You are an absolute legend. The kind of conversations and kind of banter that we have, like, you guys, when I call you brothers, I mean it. You are brothers from another mother, and I love the pair of you to pieces. I don't think I will ever find friends as amazing as you guys, and I just want to end on that.
Couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. Mr. Gemini and Mr. Tibbs, please, everybody who watches this video, go check out their channels. They have some incredible content, and make sure you hit like on this video. Make sure you leave a comment to debate us, because we are ready for a war, but we're also ready to see what you guys have to say. Again, this is all in good fun. We love to butt heads on these games, but we love each other. Thank you guys so much again for being a part of this video, and thank you to all that tune in. And make sure if you subscribe to any of us, you hit the bell to all notifications. This is the Notorious Bass, Mr. Gemini, and Mr. Tibbs signing off. We'll see you for the next one.